All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our first committee to order. Committee number 2, Public Works. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read our first item?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract and the issuance of an emergency purchase order to G&J Contractors, LLC, totaling $173,920 for the restoration of the air conditioning handling unit and the necessary replacement parts located at the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center, 201 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in an amount not to exceed $173,920, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by myself. If you would give your name and title, you have the floor.
Anthony Wright, Shelby County Engineering on behalf of Support Services. This was a weather-related failure of a piece of HVAC equipment during the winter, and it was a mission-critical error, and they effected an emergency repair. The department recommends approval and thanks you for your consideration and sponsorship.
All right. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's bring this item to a vote, please. If all commissioners have voted, let's tally the votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills and Wright. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Oak Lawn Estates, LLC, to secure the public improvements to Oak Lawn Estates Plan Development Area 1, Phase 2, PD 04-315CC, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. That item has been moved by Commissioner Wright and seconded by myself. If you would give your name and title, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Ahmad Nemati, Senior Engineer with Roads and Bridges Engineering. This development is for Oak Lawn State PD Phase 2. We request for a public improvement contract with Shelby County. The developer will build public improvements for this phase, including urban roads and storm drainage. Sanitary for this phase is going to be maintained by the City of Memphis. The developer paid for all the work, and then they also pay the top surface. We request approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's bring this item to a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright and Mills. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 3?
Item 3 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Oak Lawn Estates, LLC, to secure the public improvements to Oak Lawn Estates Plan Development Area A, Phase 3, PD 04-315CC, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by myself. Name and title again. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning again. My name is Ahmad Nemati with Shelby County Roads and Bridges Engineering. We request for approval of this contract between Shelby County government and Oak Lawn State LLC. Sanitary sewer will be provided by City of Memphis. All the work will be inspected by engineering's office. The developer pay for this work, and no county general funds are required. The developer will place the surface asphalt. Also, I neglected to say I have with me Mr. Josh Whitehead in case if any question arises. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to make sure, the previous one was Phase 2, and this is Phase 3, the next phase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's bring this item to a vote, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright and Mills. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation, and that concludes the committee number 2, Public Works. Our next committee, Land Use Planning, Transportation and Codes, will begin in about 4 minutes at 8:45. It is 8:45. I'd like to call to order Committee Number 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Codes. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read our first item?
Item 1 is an ordinance first reading, Ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by Shelby County on August 9, 2010, to approve a zoning district change pursuant to Chapter 9.5 for property in unincorporated Shelby County, located at the south of the intersection of Houston Levee Road and North Pixel Road, being case number Z 2026-003CO, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item was deferred in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by Commissioner Wright. Director Ragsdale, name and title, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We have talked to the applicant, and I believe they have talked with you, Commissioner Mills, and they have agreed to convert this case from a rezoning to a planned development. And so if the commission agrees with that this morning, then we would remand that back to the Land Use Control Board and convert that to a PD, and then it would go through that process again and then come before this body as a planned development.
I am very glad to hear that. I will move to refer this back to the Land Use Control Board meeting, and we will see it in August. They'll go to the August land use.
That's correct, yes. That we
Okay.
can get on the agenda for the August meeting since it's being remanded.
Okay. And we do have one commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, and I have a question real quickly. Whose district is this?
This is Commissioner Mills'
Commissioner Mil-
district.
Okay, thank you. And also, what is the reasoning for going through, changing from zoning, I'm just curious, zoning district to planned development? What's the difference?
Yes, so a rezoning, a straight rezoning does not allow you to condition it, and so planned developments do allow you to condition it. So I think that's the idea. With the straight rezoning, it would just be a new zoning district, and anything in that district would be allowed. With the planned development, you can make conditions that restrict certain things.
Thank you so much.
Okay, with no objection, we will.
Vice Chair Mills, is there any action to be taken as it pertains to our agenda? In terms of, I think I heard him say that you would like it to appear on an August, this item, or will it be a new item when it comes, how are we disposing of this?
I think, does it need to be withdrawn? And are we, I don't know what our language is.
Right, so I think we might withdraw it and then it come back as a new item?
Well, it would
Unless you want,
actually-
because we have to take some action for it
Yes.
to reappear on this agenda.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So it would be remanded, if the committee were to vote on it today to remand it back to Land Use Control Board, then it would go to the Land Use Control Board and be heard there, and then it would come back as a new item.
So she did take the action to remand it back.
Yes.
Second.
But as it pertains to our agenda, I feel like we, okay.
Okay,
I
so
would
it looks like someone here might know. He's got his hand up. Would recognize you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dedrick Bridnam. I represent the applicant in this case. What we'd like to do is to have this case go to the Land Use Control Board in August, and then from the Land Use Control Board, it would come back to this committee the Wednesday before the 24th of August. And that, I believe that is the 20th of August for committee, and then it would be heard at the full county commission on the 24th of August. That would be the last county commission meeting of your term.
So we have a committee meeting on August 19th, and so we.
19th, that's fine.
It could be referred to that committee? No?
Yes, so the process would be if Commissioner Mills, I believe, made the motion, I think I heard a second, if it was agreed to today by the committee to remand it back to the Land Use Control Board, then it would go back to the August Land Use Control Board meeting, I believe it's August 13th. And then it would, if it is approved or denied, whatever the Land Use Control Board action is, it would come back then to the full commission with that Land Use Control Board recommendation.
Okay, so I guess we'll just leave it at that. I'll take you at your word. But I haven't seen that happen that way before, but okay,
Yes.
that works. Because it'll be a different item. It won't appear as this item, so.
That's correct. It will be
Got it.
a PD number.
Okay, so we need to
Okay.
withdraw the rezoning resolution?
No, remand it
Or just
back.
remand it? Okay.
Yes.
We're remanding it back to the Land Use Control Board meeting.
Yes.
We'll see it the last meeting in August.
And I
Committee.
second it.
Okay. And it's been seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. No objection. Seeing none, so moved. Thank you.
Parliamentary inquiry, please.
Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Madam Parliamentarian, help me with the word remand.
That's a good one. Let me look that up. But I think we can look to Director Ragsdale while I look that word.
Yes, remand is, it means to send it back to the following step, or the previous step. And so the Land Use Control Board did act on this, and so it's before you with their recommendation, and this remands it back, so it sends it back to them to hear it as a plan development.
Okay, I got all that part. I'm just trying to align remand with a similar word in our rules. So would that be similar to refer?
It would be, not really, because this refer would be moving it forward. I would say remand is moving it a step backward. So the Land Use Control Board acted on it, and then it comes to you for final action.
Okay,
And in
I
this
got all that
case,
part. I'm
it's
just trying
going back.
to understand remand since we don't have it in our rules.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
thanks.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Remand generally means to send something back for further action. Okay. With no objection, this is going to go back to the Land Use Control Board. And just for the record, it was not recommended by staff as it is now, and it failed at the Land Use Control Board. So we're going to try for a PUD, I think they're wanting to do. So that's why it's being remanded. Okay.
I just conferred with our county attorney, our deputy county attorney, and she agrees, aligned with me, that we have to do something with our agenda. And so what would be appropriate, so, because that's not really within our purview, so it's being remanded back. So that's but as it pertains to our agenda, we can't just kill or make disappear an item. So it would need to be deferred, maybe to the committee meeting on the 19th, and then it could be substituted with the new item. Okay. Does that work? Okay.
That sounds
so
fine.
Can we get a motion to defer this item as it appears today? So the action taken internally is that it's going to be remanded back to the Land Use Control Board for further action. We need a commissioner to make a motion to defer this item to Wednesday, October 19th, and then it can be August 19th, and then it could be substituted with the updated item.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I will move to do just that.
Thank
Second.
you. Okay.
Okay. Seeing no objection, okay. That item has been moved to August 19th. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2?
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance to amend the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code adopted by the City of Memphis on August 10th, 2010, and by Shelby County on August 9th, 2010, to establish a procedure for replacing the zoning map being ZTA 2026-002, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Okay, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Wright. Name and title, Director Ragsdale, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We are getting a presentation pulled up here. This is a zoning text amendment, and it is related to the presentations we've been giving you on the zoning map and the zoning code update. It is not those items. I know that we're still working with the community on those items to bring before you later. We did discuss this at a previous meeting. This is simply a zoning text amendment to set the process for the replacement of the zoning map. So we're doing an entire replacement of the entire zoning map for Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. There's currently not a process in place for what public notice would be for that. So what this ZTA does is sets that process. and Mr. Wardrop will go through a brief presentation that gives more detail of that.
Okay, are we ready for the presentation? Looks like we're getting the presentation set up over there.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Nicholas Warder, Division of Planning and Development. This is going to be a brief presentation, just kind of giving you an idea of what this joint city-county ordinance is before you. Next slide, please. So as we've kind of explained and been talking about over these past several presentations we've been giving to both you and your counterparts with the city, a zoning code has two halves, really, the code text and the code map, right? And we're up in the process of updating both of those. We've been conducting public engagement now for almost 3 years on that. What we're talking about today is an amendment to our current code, so not the new code, the current code, that will clarify the process for replacing that map, as Director Ragsdale said. Next slide, please. We've been clear throughout this process that that's our intent, is to repeal and replace the entirety of the zoning map. City Council passed a resolution in 2023 asking us to do so. It's been more than 70 years since we last did that, and the map has, over the course of 70 years, as it obviously would, grown kind of out of alignment with both city and countywide goals. So the other thing to be aware of is that our code text that we're working on and our map that we're doing public engagement on, they were kind of written together and, kind of thought of together. And neither one of them can do their job without the other. That being said, in our current code, we have something called a comprehensive rezoning. That does not address replacing the entire map. It's really intended for a much smaller scope. We did one on Lamar Avenue several years ago, for example. It's explicitly limited in that code text for planning districts or planning areas, i.e., not taking the whole map and replacing it wholesale. So what this text amendment will do is clarify the process for what replacing that entire map looks like. Just make sure that both elected bodies are on the same page, that the community has an understanding, that stakeholders of all kinds have kind of that understanding of what exactly is required to replace the entire zoning map, particularly as it relates to public notice. Next slide. So here's what that process would look like if adopted as written. There would be an initiation by resolution by one or both of the elected bodies. At that point, after we had that initiation, staff would publish this recommended map, and we would mail notice to all property owners within Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. And that notice would tell you, you are currently zoned X, staff is recommending you be zoned Y. At that point, there would be a land use control board public hearing, and it would then move forward to the elected bodies, like any other rezoning. Next slide, please. So to be 100% clear, this amendment would require DPD to mail notice to every property owner within Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. And it would also not only tell you about your property, but direct you where online you can go and review the map of the entire county. So it kind of does double duty in that regard. Next slide. So just to wrap up, our current UDC doesn't really give you any guidance on what you have to do to replace the entire zoning map. What this will do is make sure everybody that has to have the same understanding has the same understanding of what is required to do so. And of course, approval of this text amendment will allow us to keep doing our work towards, affordable, sustainable development. So with that, I'm available for your questions.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. And so where are we in the process?
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. So with this, we are going to take a little more time in the process. So I know we were trying to bring it forward to the Land Use Control Board the past few months. And with this decision to actually mail notice to every property owner, that's going to take us a little time, which is okay. You know, we're using that time to continue working, you know, with constituents and looking at some of the comments. And so this will take, you know, we're working on trying to get that procured right now and see what it, you know, because it's a pretty big endeavor to mail notice to every single property owner, but we're working on that now. So, you know, we're hopeful to maybe get this to the September Land Use Control Board, but, you know, again, we're going to just take the time that we need to get this in place, get the mail notice out, and get the final drafts available. So.
And how detailed is this going to be? Because as you know, in my district, there's certain items they don't want, and also there's concerns about all the data, companies that are popping up all over. And so does it also address environmental issues as well as far as zoning goes?
So with this particular ZTA is regarding the map. The zoning text does deal with uses. And one of the things that we do, we try to make sure that zoning does what zoning is supposed to do, and it deals with the uses that are in a particular district. And then, you know, as far as environmental concerns, the agencies that deal with that, you know, health department and those agencies deal with those type of issues. But we deal with you know, whether an industrial use is compatible with an adjacent type of use in the zoning aspect of it. So we are looking at some of the uses, gas stations, car washes, and you know, we will be limiting where they currently can go, where they're allowed. We are looking to, you know, limit that and really get that more tailored to what we're wanting to see and things that you've talked about in your district as well.
Okay, and then also, are you working with the health department? Because I know when Dr. Taylor was here, she stated that the environmental zoning ordinances have not been updated since the 1950s.
We are talking with the health department and working with them on what they can do on their side, yes.
Okay. And then the next thing, as you know, we have an election going on. I'm running for re-election. And so I have not had opportunity to get with my constituents about coming, you know, we talked about this before, coming into the district and having a town hall meeting. And in fact, I probably won't have one until after the election, August 6th. Would that be too late then to have, it will not?
No, it would not.
Okay.
We can do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Ragsdale. Just a couple of questions so that I can understand. This update, is it limited to current uses, or will you include changes?
So what's before you today is a very limited scope, and all it does is say that we are going to mail notice to every single property owner in Memphis and Shelby County. So that's what's before you today. As far as the zoning code, that will be coming later. Yes, that does deal with specific uses, and it's the entire zoning text. So it will deal with what uses are allowed in what district. Yeah.
Okay, so that I'll be clear and will not give out misinformation. What you're doing now, you're going to mail, and I just congratulate you on mailing out notices to all of the citizens. But you're mailing out notices regarding an update to an existing map.
Correct.
Okay, so why are we doing this mail out? We've never had, okay, I just don't understand the motivation and what this map is going to show that we don't know.
So with the zoning text update that we're doing, the zoning code, we're also replacing the entire map, the zoning map of Memphis and Shelby County. So some districts will not be changing. Some areas will essentially be staying the same.
Okay.
Some will be changing from a district of lower intensity to potentially higher, but mostly from higher intensity to lower. And so this notice sends a notice to every single property owner that says we are changing the map, for one thing, just so that they know that we're doing this. And it will have their property and what we are currently proposing, so what it's zoned currently and what it's proposed. Some will just be
Proposed changes.
Correct.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Have we had public meetings on these proposed changes that refer specifically to this map, Now, public meetings outside of city council and county commission in the various communities.
Yes, Commissioner Brooks, we have.
Okay.
For almost 3 years. Most of it was in the comprehensive plan, the Memphis 3.0, and we've had, public engagement for almost 3 years now on that, and we're continuing to do that in smaller groups as we move forward.
So there is a public expectation regarding this map, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Thank you, Director Ragsdale, and your team. Good job
Great, thank you.
with the community. With seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's bring this item to a vote, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, and Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 3?
Item 3 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Unified Development Code of the County of Shelby and the City of Memphis, Tennessee, granting a planned development for land located at 0 Humphrey Road, approximately 500 feet from the Humphrey and North Houston Levee Road intersection, known as case number PD 2026-003, sponsored by Commissioner David T. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Director Ragsdale, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. The applicant on this case actually informed us that they were not going to be able to make committee meeting today, and they asked if it could be deferred until actually September because they didn't think they could make the meetings in August. So you may defer it to an August meeting, and we can confirm with them, but we just found this out yesterday, so I would leave it up to the commission if you would want to just
Okay. Madam Parliamentarian, would you just say the dates that you stated that we could move it to, and I'll move to do so.
Yes, ma'am. We have committee dates currently. We have Wednesday, September 9th, and we have Wednesday, September 23rd.
Do you have a preference, Director Ragsdale?
I would recommend from our conversations, it was just a brief email, but the 23rd is probably the safest, and then if they are not available then, we could decide to defer it further if that would be okay with the body.
Point of
Okay.
information.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so, which commissioner's district is this in?
This is in Commissioner Bradford's, and it's right on the line with Commissioner Mills, I believe.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
so
thank
it's,
you.
yes.
September 23rd sounds good. I move to
Second.
defer it. All right.
Or August
Second.
23rd.
Oh, I thought you said September.
Were we saying September? Oh, I apologize, yes. Okay, yes,
September 23rd?
yes.
Moved by myself, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. No objection. All right. Commission will see this September 23rd. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 4?
Item 4 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Unified Development Code of the County of Shelby and the City of Memphis, Tennessee, granting a planned development for land located at 3723 Thomas Street, known as case number PD 2026-008CO, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Name and title, you have the floor, sir.
Jeffrey Penzis, Division of Plan and Development. This is a request to allow a manufactured home park in District 1, and I have Chloe Christian here who will be presenting the case.
Good morning, just getting the presentation ready, so 1 second. see my name. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm just so nervous up here. Oh my gosh. What? But aren't I supposed to? Okay. Good morning, Chloe Christian with DPD. I'll be presenting this case. It's case number PD 2026-008. This is a plan development request to allow a manufactured home park. This is located in Commission District 1 at 3723 Thomas Street. Josh Whitehead is here on behalf of the applicant today. As I mentioned, this property is located in District 1 along Thomas Street. It takes up 2 separate parcels, as you can see on the vicinity map, and we did mail out 109 public notices for this case. Next slide, please. The property is actually split zoned, conservation, agriculture, and residential single-family 6, which I will note both allow manufactured homes by right. However, manufactured home parks are not allowed by right in these districts, which is why the plan development is being requested. And the property is currently vacant. However, there are some single-family uses in the vicinity and some institutional and multifamily uses as well. Next slide. Here are some photos of the subject property. It is currently vacant, as you can see. However, I will note on the opposite side of Thomas Street, there is a similar manufactured home park development that is operated by the same applicant for this case. That is referred to as Memphis Blues Home Park. So this project will be fairly similar to what's already ongoing on the opposite side of the same street. Next slide, please. Here's the concept plan that's presented by the applicant. As you can see, there would be some common open spaces. There's pickleball courts proposed, walking trails, things of that nature, a detention pond area as well. And the minimum lot size for these is set to be 4,000 square feet. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, as I mentioned, the applicant, UHM Memphis, also owns a similar development on the opposite side of the street known as Memphis Blues. So they're proposing Memphis Jazz for something fairly similar, manufactured home park plan development. And the building regulations for the PD are met. They are consistent with the provisions of the UDC. For example, there is a Class 3 landscape buffer proposed along the boundaries of the development, including the boundaries that border residential lots. Existing tree coverage along Thomas Street is proposed to be maintained. There is one access point along Thomas Street, and then there is an emergency access point along Millington Road. And we have found that this project will not have a substantial or undue effect upon adjacent property or the character of the neighborhood or matters affecting the public health, safety, and general welfare. Next slide, please. And so with that, DPD and LUCB have both recommended approval with outline plan conditions for this request, and they can be found on pages 14 through 17 of the staff report. And that is my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And was there any opposition to this?
So yes, there was. We did receive a person, Lois Bailey attended the meeting and spoke in opposition of the case at the Land Use Control Board hearing. And that was the opposition that we received for this.
Okay. Was there good conversation to kind of come to a agreement or ease their mind?
I'll defer to the applicant about that.
Okay.
Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. I'm here representing the applicant, UMH. We did speak with Ms. Bailey after the meeting on, ways to ameliorate her concerns, but I believe her desire was that this property remain undeveloped, and so she was not, in my mind, willing to agree on any kind of condition changes. And of course, that's the advantage of a plan development, as we've discussed this morning, are the conditions.
Okay, thank you. We have Commissioner Sugarman in the queue.
Thank you. And so I'm just curious, were there any community meetings? And if so, was there any opposition at the community meetings? How many people attended, et cetera?
Again, Josh White at 275 Jefferson. As a requirement for planned developments, we did hold a neighborhood meeting. We actually held it at the clubhouse of the sister community across the street, Memphis Blues. We had 4 neighboring property owners attend. I think there was the same mailing list is used for these meetings as that meeting. So I guess the 130 mailers sent out, and we did get 4 requests. There was, on different levels of enthusiasm, one person was in favor of it. I guess Ms. Bailey was opposed, and there's been dispute as to the other 2, whether they were agnostic or opposed. I felt one way, and I think they feel the other way, but
Okay.
there were 4 attendees.
Okay, so there are 4 people in attendance and only 1 community meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Chloe Christian, DPD. I'll just say I have the sign-in sheet of the meeting on the screen right now for you to reference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm trying to pull up the sign-in sheet. So you sent out 109 notices.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did any of them come back as undeliverable or some other postage?
I don't believe I received any returned postcards.
Okay. Okay, so these are the people who attended, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And what did you say the opposition, the resident, what was her opposition to this project?
May I, Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. The concerns were centered, in my mind, largely around the flooding event that occurred in 2011. This property, as well as the Memphis Blues property across the street, were catastrophically damaged during that flood event. Since that time, 2 things have happened with the project that has been built on the east side of Thomas. We went through the TDEC process of changing the elevation to remove those home sites out of the the flood zone, number 1. And number 2, through the resilience grant that I think y'all have had many presentations on, Todd's Creek, which is immediately adjacent to this property, as well as Loosahatchee have been, at Rodney Baber Park and adjacent parks, more, catchment basins have been built to ameliorate the flooding situations in the area. So we plan on raising the land here through I said TDEC. It's through FEMA, changing the flood zone, A, and then B, we believe since 2011 there have been no further floods quite to the degree of the 2011 event.
And that was primarily her objection?
Other than she would prefer it to remain a forest.
That was a part of her objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain that to her?
Yes, and I have some colleagues with me from the Reeves firm, our engineers. We both left that meeting feeling like those concerns were adequately addressed. And when Ms. Bailey, the individual we're talking about, she did come to the Land Use Control Board, but from memory, the flooding issue was not really articulated as much at the Land Use Control Board. Or was it still a concern? Oh, it was still a concern.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you. And I know that some years ago, I participated in a number of the meetings for the Memphis Blues project and the concerns that was there. But looking at that project now, a lot of those concerns were addressed when you talk about the trees, the beautification. It's real nice, I think, the Blues project is. As you said something about the flooding piece, my only concern would be there, and even with the people who looking to develop it, I know that was the 100-year flood they usually talk about. Like that may not happen for a while, but to that point, like even in this development, could some type of recession pond or what have you be intentionally done so the water flow that way instead of flow into like it did, because it was a bad situation that happened with that flood. So is that kind of some ideals to mitigate some of that?
Again, Josh White at 275 Jefferson. Yes, sir. The site plan, which was one of the images that Ms. Christian projected on the screen, it reflects an over 25% non-buildable area in the northwest corner of our site. That will allow a lot of area to collect the rainwater, but even more than that, we are building another detention pond to collect the water that is built up on site, as well as the water that comes from our south.
Okay, so, and when we talk about, we know we have a great need for more housing and affordable houses. What's the prices of these homes? Or even if they're going to be rented or home ownership?
Commissioner Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. Commissioner Caswell, this is actually the way UMH has designed these communities. It's kind of a stepping stone between rental and conventional home ownership. You can purchase these properties. In fact, they're all for sale. For a 3 to 4 bedroom, the prices are expected to be between $150,000 and $190,000. Now you pay a management fee because there's a lot of common amenities like an HOA fee. It's going to be a gated community with private drives and a clubhouse and a splash pad. The catchment basin, for instance, needs to be maintained all privately. But the advantage of owning your home, and you can move it, right? If you want to move this manufactured home to another site, you can. But you actually have a second choice. You can sell the property to another home buyer and at least have some equity built in versus had you been renting, there is no equity when you exit.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, you're back in the queue.
Yes, thank you. And so, just a few more questions, because you said you can move the homes. Are they like trailer homes, and then the other thing is, okay, as far as the homes, you said you could purchase them, and they're between $150,000 and $200,000. And so are these the single-family homes, or are they duplexes, or multi-family homes, or et cetera? So I'm just, when you said that, it's kind of, triggered some more questions.
Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. These are going to be single-family homes on single lots. They won't be connected to one another in any way. And then number two, they are distinguishable from mobile homes. Mobile homes have a chassis. They're usually long and narrow. These are manufactured off-site and brought to site, but they are not mobile homes. They are manufactured homes. The building code distinguishes the two of those. So yes, they can be mobile. In my company's experience, most of them just stay because they are large. They are usually wider. If they are going to be moved, you've probably seen them on the interstate. They're moved in pieces.
Right.
So it's not very efficient. So in our experience, most people sell the property, sell their homes versus move them.
And so when they buy the homes, they're buying also the lots as well that comes with it, or is that separate?
So the lots, as a manufactured home park, these lots will actually be owned by UMH. So it's kind of a hybrid model. It's almost like a land lease, really. So you lease the lot like you would any other land lease, but then you get all the amenities. Instead of paying an HOA fee, you pay this land lease, and it manages the common areas, the gate. Usually we have 3 to 4 people who live on site that manage the property. It pays for their salaries, obviously.
And how much are the management fees?
We're expecting those monthly fees to be in the range of $1,100 to $1,500, depending on the lot size. A few of these lots are pretty large.
Okay. So it depends on the size of the house, is that correct? Or the lot size?
The lot size.
Got it. Okay, and so each person who purchases a house, hybrid house, then they would have to, in addition to that payment, they have to pay an additional fee, which is a management fee. Is that correct?
No, your land lease covers everything. It's just one fee. And then, you can mortgage these homes, I guess, but the mortgage would be separate from
Right, so
that.
it's two separate fees. You'd have the mortgage and then the land management fee.
I suppose, so my mortgage
I'm
pays
just
for my
figuring out the whole
taxes.
note, because, for
Right.
example, my sister stays in a condo, and so her HOAs are now like $2,700. And so I'm just trying to figure out, what exactly are homeowners going to buy, number one. And then number two, will it go up as well? Because that's a concern, because we do want affordable housing, and this is kind of steep.
What I'll do between, Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson, Commissioner Sugarman, let me get a total amount for
Thank
you
you.
between now and Monday.
I
So we
appreciate
can
that.
compare apples and apples.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, there's
I'm here
a,
from UMH. I'm sorry, I had a very hard time parking, and so I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can.
Is this Ms. Bailey?
No, my name is Gail Witten, and I am the regional manager for Tennessee for UMH Properties.
She's my client.
Okay.
Okay.
So to shed a little light on that, so typically, the lot fees range around $524 at this time. We do have yearly increases for the most part, generally 5 to 6%. But that does, and that is in addition to their home mortgage, which generally, just if you want to kind of throw a number out there, they're going to be paying around maybe $990 to $1,200 a month for a nice 3-bedroom home. Does that help?
Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized. Are you in the queue, Commissioner Brooks?
Trying to do too many things at one time. One question. So you call this a manufactured home?
Yes, ma'am. They are manufactured homes.
What's the difference in a manufactured home and a trailer park?
Well, okay, so the wording, for one thing, is changed over the years. These homes are built inside factories, and they are brought into the community and then set up in the community. If you think about, like he was telling you guys, like, you see one going down the street. So when they get to our properties, just real short thing here, many eons ago, more than 30 years ago, there weren't restrictions like there are now. But when we put them inside the community, they Commerce and Insurance of Tennessee, the government entity, they govern what happens then. So we remove the wheels and axles, everything that would cause the home to be able to be mobile, and then we, strap it down, we block it, we do everything necessary to put the home on the lot. So, to say that it is mobile in the fact that it could be moved, if it needed to be, it could be. But when we put them into our communities, we stabilize them to such extent that, for instance, a lot of mortgage companies desire that, because obviously if you're buying a home that can be moved, they don't want you moving the home until they have knowledge of it. So they're not easily moved. It's a big deal to move one. So I think that's the reason they kind of moved from the trailer thing to manufactured, because you typically think of motor homes and things that you can just hook them and pull them, but that's not the case with our homes.
So basically, I'm just trying to understand
Yes,
the
ma'am.
difference between a trailer park and manufactured homes, because they all look alike to me.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Well,
would you say, in one sentence, what's the difference? I mean, I
Well-
understand that process, taking it apart and moving it in two pieces.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
could do that with a trailer. So,
Yes.
some trailers.
Yes, ma'am. So I would say that a trailer is something that
Trailer
would-
park.
Well, a trailer park would be a place you pull into and fall into potholes, and I'm just being honest.
Okay,
Where
okay.
our communities are not like that. If you've ever visited our website.
So
or-
this will not be one of those trailer parks?
No, ma'am.
With all the trailer park
I-
stereotypes?
Absolutely beg you
Okay.
to look at our website, umh.com. It's
Okay.
not at all.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move to send this down without recommendation, just in case Ms. Bailey shows up on Monday. So I would thank you, seconded. Commissioner Sugarman, can you ask off the record, or do you need to ask on the record? I see you in the queue again.
No, I think the young man said that he would send a list. I would like him to go ahead and send the list of the cost for example, the management fees and things like that, the range. If you just can do that, and I don't know if you can send it to everybody, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. It's been moved to send this down without recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. We will see everyone on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That will conclude Committee Number 5, Land Use, Planning, Transportation, and Codes. Thank you.
And just for the record, will you state the mover and the second, what you did, and then just state without objection?
Without objection. Thank you.
All righty. What time is it? Okay. We're going to now call in Committee Number 12, Legislative Affairs. Item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 20 minutes. End-of-year reports, Cornerstone, federal lobbyist report will be presented by Ms. Shanetta Pascal. And then Morrison Strategies, our state lobbyist report, will be presented by Theo Morrison.
All right. I know that all right, so I understand that our federal lobby is not going to be available today, but y'all do have a copy, and she's going to do it at a later date, the report from Cornerstone. We do have Mr. Theo with the state lobbyist is here. I think he stepped out. He might be coming right back in. And he's going to give a 10-minute presentation of the end of year report. Theo, come on up. Yep. All right, Mr. Theo, if you will just state your name, zip code for the record, and time is yours. I know it have 20 minutes, but that was going to be between you and our state, so if we can just do 10 minutes for our you and our federal lobbyist, so we'll do 10 minutes. Is that okay with you? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's fine, and I thought that Cornerstone was coming up first.
Yes, sir.
But I'm happy to go now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right, good morning. Members of the commission, thank you very much for this opportunity to present the 2026 legislative report. We had a very busy year, and you should have before you a comprehensive version of the legislative report in addition to some PowerPoint slides. And so we'll start with the PowerPoint here. And let's see, first slide there.
I'm sorry, brother.
No,
Your
okay.
name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am Theo Morrison of Morrison Capital Strategies, and I'm zip code is 37205. All right. Okay. We will just jump right in. Our General Assembly convened in January of 2026 and adjourned April 23rd, we had a very extensive litany of legislation that was introduced. We also had a subsequent extraordinary session that convened and adjourned in May. And that resulted in a new congressional map dividing Shelby County amongst 3 districts. There were nearly 1,500 bills that were filed during the session, with more than 500 bills reaching the governor's desk. Morrison Capital Strategies tracked over 500 bills in amendments with potential impact to Shelby County government. Several local government proposals failed to advance, one of those being legislation that would address undocumented students enrolled in public schools. As the 2025-26 session concluded, all legislation that had not been acted upon was expired. So since we're in the second year of a 2-year session, anything not acted upon in 2026 would then have to be refiled in 2027. Next slide. 2026 legislative achievements. Wanted to point out that we did have some legislative achievements, which is terrific, and that came as a result of the work from the latter part of 2025 throughout 2026, working under the direction of Madam Chair Avant, our Legislative Chair Brandon Morrison, and our Legislative Vice Chair Charlie Caswell. And we were able to achieve the following. We monitored over 500 bills and amendments that had a potential impact on Shelby County. We hosted the 4th annual Shelby County Government Day on the Hill and coordinated with members of the Shelby County delegation and state legislative leadership, as well as officials within the governor's office. We also facilitated meetings with state lawmakers, which led to reforms in our Tennessee Open Meetings Act and other local government priorities. We were able to secure state funding for the restoration of 2 judicial positions within the 30th Judicial District, supported passage of legislation and budget initiatives providing $50 million for downtown Memphis public safety efforts, $15 million for violent crime reduction initiatives, along with $15 million for workforce development programs. There's also continued advocacy efforts related to Regional 1 health funding, transportation infrastructure investment, education funding reform, and maintenance of effort legislation. And then the final bullet there, attended and monitored legislative hearings, TASER meetings, comptroller-led discussions, and then there are weekly local government association meetings throughout the session. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now I'm going to give you an overview of the fiscal year 2027 budget. The Tennessee General Assembly passed a $58.3 billion budget that reflected slower revenue growth and tighter fiscal conditions. Expiration of federal COVID relief funds reduced available recurring revenue. So it's a very tight budget. There were continued investments, however, in transportation, infrastructure, housing, education, as well as aviation. And then a big dollar item that was adopted during this session was the expansion of Governor Lee's education savings account program, which added an additional 15,000 students to be eligible for the program. And the budget that was adopted this year reflects a post-pandemic fiscal environment with targeted investments and much tighter spending. The slide here gives you a picture of the COVID-era funds that are going away, those funds that have been already obligated, and the kind of the things that the state had to do in order to find available revenue for recurring services. So, and what the legislature did do was adopt legislation that would charge a fee, an additional fee for money transmissions that would be going out of the country or coming into the country from other countries. Next slide, please. Here's some of the items of importance here related to Shelby County. Some of the budget achievements: we had $400 million for statewide transportation projects, $50 million in public safety grant funding, $165 million for rest areas. There's some THDA funding, a rural development fund funding, money for nonstop international flights into Tennessee, as well as some funding for aviation infrastructure. Next slide. Now we get into some of the other bills that of importance to Shelby County, some bills that passed. You'll see a list here. You have the oversight board that was created by the state through Senate Bill 714. You have legislation here that was passed that came as a result of some positive conversations with Chairman Briggs of the Senate State and Local Government Committee, really kind of building upon our current Tennessee open meetings law, which will be very beneficial to you all as a body, so that when you're having community meetings, you would be able to have more than one member of the commission present. As long as you're not voting on legislation, but if it's a community service type meeting, let's say during the winter storm, and you wanted to be able to provide information to your constituents. Some areas, you're looking at multiple areas that need to have those resources, and so this would enable you to be able to have a meeting that way with multiple commissioners. Next slide. We've got some other bills that passed there. I won't jump in all of those, but I'll point out that you had some state intervention on some local authorities like the Airport Authority. You had the creation of a joint capital tourism board. You had a boring tunnel law that was implemented. And so there were a number of bills there of importance to Shelby County, and some things that we need to continue to pay attention to. Next slide. We had some potential legislation that didn't pass. A number of those items pertain to, one of the big ones was banning a property tax, any type of property taxes. And as you know, that is a major source of funding for local governments. And we were successful in defeating those measures. But I will say next year we may be looking at more initiatives to adopt a property tax cap. So definitely want to keep an eye on that. Also wanted to get into, there was some immigration legislation passed over the last 2 years. The Republican Party came together along with the Trump administration to come up with immigration legislation. Some of those bills did pass. As I mentioned earlier, the tax on money transfers from Tennessee to locations outside the U.S., immigration enforcement bills, and we can go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay. And then I want to get into our legislative agenda, which highlights some of the priorities for the 2026 legislative session. Next slide, please. We have the healthcare infrastructure, which is the Regional One initiative, trying to get $400 million over 2 years for the capital project for Regional One. That did not involve any legislation, but it did, it was a budget item. And so we were hoping that the governor would have included some funding within the initial budget, but however, there was no funding included in the governor's budget for the project. The Shelby County delegation, as well as business leaders, advocated for state support. It had a lot of some behind-the-scenes phone calls from Chairman Morrison. She was also working with the business community to drum up support for this as well. Also wanted to bring up that during our meeting on our day on the Hill, when we had our luncheon with the Shelby County delegation, they advised the Regional One lobbyists to file a budget amendment that they could all sign on. However, Regional One did not submit a budget amendment, but they did submit a budget request letter asking for $100 million that did not pan out. And so with that, I would recommend that we continue the advocacy and along with an educational campaign in support of Regional One while exhibiting the high standards of medical service as well as financial stewardship to the community, federal, state, and local government officials. Education, the educational item there, Senate Bill 679, House Bill 401, that relates to pre-K special education funding through TISA. Right now, there's a loophole in the law that basically places the burden of funding for pre-K special education funding onto local government, and it's not captured within the TISA funding formula. So we were hoping to obtain the funding to be able to have those students covered, and because this is basically, it's an unfunded federal mandate, and so if we could get that changed, that would be wonderful. However, the funds to cover that were not available in the budget, but that doesn't mean we give up our advocacy on this issue, and I would recommend that we continue to work with the Tennessee School Boards Association as well as our other education allies, along with federal, state, and local officials to look at this issue, along with the new state oversight board. This is something that they should also be talking about as well. On the subject of public safety, we found success with the passage of Public Chapter 1142, which supports the Memphis Public Safety Plan and the work of the Shelby County Crime Commission Safe Community Plan for 2022 through 2026. That legislation enabled the availability of funding, $80 million for Memphis public safety and workforce initiatives, and it supports the public safety plan as well as the county safe community plan as well. And I would just recommend that we continue to work with the County Crime Commission as well as House and Senate leadership to continue the work envisioned through the Safe Community Plan. Public safety, another item that we found success with was the restoration of 2 judicial positions through the legislation, Senate Bill 846, House Bill 1268, the Violent Criminal Court Act, restored the 2 criminal court judges that had been taken away a couple of years ago. And so that was tremendous news. And I'm hoping that we can build on this success I would also ask you all to explore what other judicial needs that should be addressed by the General Assembly. Infrastructure. This is another item of a priority. I was looking at road funding, in particular for Shelby County. The governor did include $500 million in the state budget. It is really it's a drop in the hat when you consider we are $58 billion behind in statewide projects. And Shelby County has a large number of roads that are either rated fair or rated in the poor category. And so that continues to be a priority, but I will say that although there were some leadership changes within TDOT, I was able to secure some new contacts within the department, and I'm happy to announce that there are some plans underway, and I'm happy to put together a presentation that would have officials from TDOT come and kind of alert you and inform you on kind of what's coming down the pike. Pun intended. Next slide, please. We have Register of Deeds legislation on the agenda. That legislation did not pass. I would say there was some work that needed to be done from the Register of Deeds office to work with the association. I guess there was a disconnect between the Register of Deeds with the association that represents the Tennessee Registers of Deeds. And so very important legislation, but I think it's something that they need to discuss before we formulate legislation down the road. Next item, immigrant legislation that was on the agenda. House Bill 1482, Senate Bill 1699 by Ackberry would have prohibited federal agents from assembling on school campus and certain religious or publicly owned properties for a civil immigration enforcement operation. That legislation unfortunately did not pass, but as I mentioned in my recommendation, that there's been a slew of legislation related to immigration that was passed over the time period from 2025 to 2026, and legislators may feel that they have accomplished their goals, but I think it's something that communities should weigh the impact of those newly enacted laws and determine what should come next for their communities. Next slide. Okay, I want to point out that there are some constitutional amendments that will be on our ballot when Tennesseans go to the polls. They will see 3 state constitutional amendments. One would remove the right to bail for certain offenses. Amendment 2 would permanently ban the state property tax, which that's that term again, property tax, that I mentioned earlier. And then Amendment 3 would expand crime victims' rights. Last slide, that would be the outlook for 2027. So in January 2027, we will be beginning the 115th Tennessee General Assembly. That'll be January 12th. We'll have a new governor. There'll be some new members within our legislature. We have newly drawn congressional districts. I did not include, and I'll mention that the legislators are currently talking about possibly redrawing state legislative districts in 2027, so be on the lookout for that. We also have the state takeover of the Memphis-Shelby County Schools, and the implementation of the Oversight Board will remain a major issue. And I also want to point out that Morrison Capital Strategies will continue to work with Shelby County government as well as local government associations to monitor the continued efforts to limit local government authority over issues such as taxation, land use, development regulations, and local elections. Healthcare infrastructure remains another vital aspect for Shelby County, and the funding for Regional 1 Health is still an important topic. Transportation infrastructure investments as well as education funding initiatives remain unfinished priorities that we can consider for 2027. And then I will say, lastly, we can expect continued debate on issues such as property taxes, immigration, housing and development regulations, affordability issues, and all these things kind of within the relationship between state and local government. And I'm open for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Brother Theo. Appreciate that presentation. I just want to say before I go to the commission and the queues, that I know you spoke on one item that I think that I want to make sure that we got clarity on. The first, when you talked about the public safety, 80 million, 50 million going to downtown, and then 15 million for the others. Now, the 15 million for the violent crime reduction and the 15 did not happen, right? It did not happen. They took that out the budget. Yeah, they took that out the budget.
Which ones?
The 15 million for the violent crime reduction initiative and 15 million for the workforce development. It's supposed to be 80 million that the governor put in, but the legislators came and cut the 30 million out.
Ultimately, it was 50. Did I have it as 80?
Yeah,
it should be 50.
Yeah, it's 50 that came to downtown, but you also had the 15 million and the other 15 million included, where it said supported passage of. But then you spoke on it, and you spoke on it. I thought you spoke on it as if it passed, but it didn't.
The funding did pass. There should be funding in there.
No, they took that out. Yeah, they took that out. That was one of the things we've been advocating with the violent interrupter people here in the city, and there was a press conference about it. But that, just if you can, just check on that. But if it is, we'll love the fact that it is. But I know for a fact that it's not.
Okay, so you're saying that it's 50 million and not the 80?
Not the 80.
Okay.
Yes, sir. If you can just check on that and make sure that we get it. I tell you, I pray for you up there, because I know I had a colleague of a different persuasion that's in the room, in those rooms, and called me crying after hearing some of the things that were said, and that is said about Shelby County and why none of the dollars are coming. And so I've been in those rooms where these items come before, and many of our legislators get no time to speak on it. The question is called before anything is spoke on. So I know it's been a challenge in trying to get anything at that level done. And I have some other questions, but I'm gonna first go to my colleague, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you.
As you know, thank you so much for your work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
This is not surprising, but it's a very sad report. And I probably need to meet with you one-on-one, but just for public.
I'm happy to do that.
Yes. Just for the public's, information, because I'm getting a lot of questions. So I heard you say that we didn't get anything for Regional 1, and I was wondering, do they need to, Regional 1, do they need to now file a budget amendment for fiscal year 2027? I just want to put that on the record. I have several questions. Then again, you mentioned Memphis Shelby County School Oversight Board. If they are prevailing in the courts, I believe it's $1.5 million that they're expected the Shelby County government to pay. And so actually, my constituents as well as people from other districts are saying that if they indeed prevail in the courts, that the state should pay the $1.5 million over the 4 years. And so that needs to be addressed at the state level. And then the maintenance of effort. I understand we have 6 maintenance of effort. And you kind of mentioned that in here, that they're going to repeal because, for example, we just gave the Shelby County Election Commission $9 million. And so in their budget, and even if they don't have an election, because of maintenance of effort, we have to put in their budget $9 million. And so my question is, with the population that's decreasing, which is also impacting our tax base, which is also decreasing, but we have a maintenance of effort that's up here. I mean, at this rate, we're going to go bankrupt. So again, what provisions, or they need to provide provisions for not only our county, but other counties who are in a similar situation. Because I do know for the maintenance of effort for the school system, there is a provision if the school population is decreasing that we have opportunity to also decrease the maintenance of effort. But there's no provisions for the other 5 of the 6 MOEs. And so, yeah, if you could expand on that. And I might need to get back in the queue because I'm running out of time. But if you can answer those questions real quickly, I'll get back in the queue.
On the maintenance of effort, that was actually one of our add-ons to our legislative agenda, and that it occurred after the bill filing deadline for the state. So we kind of had to scramble, and Commissioner Mills had to live through a lot of my phone calls saying, hey, I need some bullet points to discuss to help a freshman legislator understand maintenance of effort and what that means and what that looks like for a county the size of Shelby County. And also seek out a possible vehicle that we could amend to then accomplish our goals. We came very close. However, we had a very good sponsor with Senator Rose, who was championing the issue for us. Unfortunately, we had to find the bill sponsor on the House side was a freshman legislator who was still learning where the broom closet was located, and so no fault to him, but just learning the process was a struggle, and so we ran out of time to get that accomplished. But I think it's something that still needs to be discussed, is maintenance of effort. Your question regarding Regional 1, I can't speak on behalf of Regional 1, but I will say it wouldn't hurt to have that process of having the discussions and having some committed funding in the governor's budget. There's no guarantee that it would remain in the budget. You know how that goes. Because the legislature says that, the governor proposes and the legislature disposes. So you have that. But I think the conversations need to continue.
And MSCS?
Oh, that's the
Oversight Board. Who's paying for it?
Who's paying? That's a good question. I think that's a legal question out above my pay grade on that.
Okay.
But it's a great question. There needs to be clarification.
Thank you. And I know you, Commissioner Sugar, back in. I'm going to go to Commissioner Brooks and come back if that's okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one question. I guess maybe I was reading another bill, but I thought that was addressed in the legislation proposing that Shelby County would be responsible for paying for it. It may not be. Maybe I'm just reading something else. But I guess we have to look that up or take it to court. Just one question about, I heard you talking. I didn't miss any of your report. I was in my office. But you were talking about the amount of dollars that the governor had passed around. How much in private vouchers came to Memphis, private school vouchers came to Shelby County private schools?
I do not know that number. The number that I know is the increase in the number of eligible students that would be funded, and that's 15,000
Is that statewide?
statewide.
Okay. So you don't
To
have a
the-
breakdown by,
No.
Okay.
No, I do
Is-
not. I do not have a breakdown, and I
is that
don't.
available somewhere?
Well, I guess if your question is
I'm trying to compare.
how many will be issued, are you asking how many will be issued in the future?
No.
Or currently, or the current allocation?
Out of this,
No, I-
this year's session, how much came to Shelby County? Because anecdotally, I know it was an increase from last year. So I kind of want to take a look and see, compare the amount of private voucher money that was given, and look at what we're, Shelby County schools prior to this whole shakeup was given. So that doesn't
I can-
exist.
That may exist. It may be a
Okay.
Department of Education or a Memphis Shelby County Schools question that they could address. What I know is the increase in the number of available, what are referred to as scholarships, has increased from the current, I believe it's 25,000 plus the 15,000 increase, you would then have 40,000
Is that per
available.
student? That's per student.
For the entire state, 40,000 that would be eligible for this particular voucher program.
For Shelby County.
No, just statewide. I don't know.
40,000?
It would have to be, right, well, and that's the thing, it would have to be, you still have to apply for it, so.
I understand that. I'm just trying to get, yeah. It seems like to me there was a big increase, because I just can't remember, this is anecdotal, there were headlines about the new money, and there was a lot of talk and conversation about the increase in voucher money. Private school.
Right,
So
right.
when you say scholarship money, you're talking voucher, right?
Right.
Oh, to private schools, okay.
Right, that's it,
Well,
that's
we'll
it.
just Google it.
Well, I
Thank
think you
you.
need to talk to the officials who are in the education field they're dealing with this, whether their students are leaving and going into a private school or coming back or all those things. So
Now,
that-
I don't think that has anything to do with what the governor decides that he's going to allocate to the county for private school vouchers. I mean, that he sits around with his finance group, and they say, we're going to send, $25 million to XYZ County for private school vouchers. That's, you know how that works.
Okay.
Budget committee? Okay.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't want to take up any more time on it, but we can find out. We'll try.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
And
much.
as I
happy to help with
transition to
that.
Commissioner Sugarman, I want to say Commissioner Brooks in the right lane, because I was about to ask on there, because if you can, please get that information from the Education Commission, because it was reported, and it was reported in the news too, that a large number of the students the people who are getting those vouchers are not coming from the communities that they said that was going to benefit from the vouchers. So we need that number. If you can get that, it's with the Department of Education. That'll help us. If you can send that to everybody. And then I know it increased it almost $300 million that he put into the voucher, when we already see that this program is not benefiting the people who they said that it was going to benefit. So we need that data to be able to continue to share with our constituents, because people continue to fight for something they're not able to benefit from. We're talking about $7,500 or so that comes in that voucher. Most private schools are $15,000, $20,000. So inner city people are not able to pay another $15,000 or $5,000, whatever, to go there. So just please, if you can get that, thank you.
Absolutely.
And Commissioner, I'm gonna go to Commissioner
Thank you. And so, again, I will be speaking with you privately because I have much, much more. But just quickly, I know there's 6 makes an effort, and doing my research, that's what I found. And so if you could just do a little deep dive to see if there are additional makes of efforts that I have not, found, that'd be most appreciative. And then of the $6 million for the audit that the state is spending, I would like to know how much has been spent, how much remains. And then the other thing is, my understanding, and I might be incorrect, but I thought I heard you say that workforce development received funding or not? Because we do need workforce development. And then you got a lot of big numbers here, okay? And the numbers, I would like you to break it down. For example, what exactly did we receive from Memphis Shelby County? Because for example, let's see, we talk about, 66 million went to 1,322 companies, and so on and so forth. So my question is, of the budget, what percentage did we get? Because I'm here, we're not getting our fair share from the state. And if you could just quantify that for me, what should we be receiving back from the state and what we're actually receiving, that would be most helpful. And you can send it to everybody, all of my colleagues as well. And then the other thing is, I just want to piggyback what my colleagues are saying about the vouchers, because basically I have friends who feel very guilty about applying for this funding, which is a discount for their kids who are going to a private school, and it's taking money from the public schools. And as you know, we're under-resourced. So I just would like to know the dollar amount, not the number of students, that Memphis Shelby County, the impact on Memphis Shelby County schools, the money we're taking out of public schools and giving it to rich kids who are going to private schools, okay? That dollar amount, okay? Because we're living in a country of have and have-nots, and the workforce are bearing the brunt. And these are our tax dollars, okay? So our kids deserve a good education just like kids that go to private schools. So if you get that information, and I'm sure you may not have this information at hand, but if you can send this information to all my colleagues as well. And again, I will get with you one-on-one because I want to do a deep dive with you.
All right.
Okay, thank you
Sounds
for your
good.
work. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. I have a question on the two judicial positions. That was Taylor and Scarborough, if I remember correctly, that sponsored that?
That sounds correct.
I know it was
Yes.
Taylor,
Yeah,
and I think it was
definitely.
Scarborough.
Yeah.
When, do you recall when they cut the funding to staff those positions?
That was.
How it came up?
I believe that was in it was either 2023 or 2024.
No, I mean,
and-
when I'm talking about when they decided this legislation to give us the two judges back. And originally, our understanding is it came with the staffing to staff the courtroom with it, with the two judges. And then that got cut. So now we're having to go out of pocket to staff the courtrooms.
That is not my understanding of it.
That's what I'm asking
That's not
you.
good. That would be.
What's your understanding?
That would not be fair. It was my understanding that the funding was there to create, really restore the two judicial judgeships. And that came as a result of the caseload, the weighted caseload study from the comptroller's office. And so when that study is issued, they look at that and then they were able to determine that based on the caseload, that Shelby County should have those two judgeships restored. So are you telling me that we're now having issues with funding?
I'm telling you, we got two judges, and somebody amended it and took out the funding to staff the courtroom that these judges are in, and now we had to fund it. And I'm asking when that happened, were you in the room, how did that happen? Did you call our legislative chair? Like, what action was taken to stop that on the front end so we could get on the phones and ring the heck out of everybody we know up there not to do that?
Well, like I said, it's my understanding that with the judgeships comes the funding, and that they shouldn't be two different pots, so to speak, or two different issues. If you have a judgeship, there should be the funding that comes with that in order to
Okay. It was cut.
implement it, so.
Yeah, it was cut. We were told when, you were there, you were our eyes and ears up there.
Yes. Mhm.
So I was hoping you could have answered that. 'Cause
Well-
that's huge, and that was a big hit on our budget.
Yeah, well, and I know Senator Taylor would not have gone for that, because I know I've been constant discussions with Senator Taylor, who carried that, who really led the charge on the Senate side. He was considered kind of the driver
Yeah.
to get this legislation passed.
Okay.
And so I know that would not be a part of it, to take away, to make it so that you get the judges, but then you don't get the money that
Okay,
comes
we
with
were
it, so.
told that it was, and we funded it. So if you could look into that and get us answers, because if we got money coming we don't know about, we would love to hear that. That'd be awesome.
Absolutely, because I didn't think it would work that way, because like I said, Senator Taylor, Representative Tory Harris also, said,
Yeah.
hey, we got the green light, everything looks good for having the judges restored, and so.
Yeah, okay. The state budget highlights for the state, do you have a breakdown of what actually came to Shelby County of this funding?
I can come up with
Okay. That's always good when you bring these reports a little more, because this is very general. Like, I was there and this is what they did, not, there's no like, this was our legislative agenda. It's not specific enough for us to be a yearly report. So I would ask for that, which, for the next commission, that would be helpful to them. My next question, I know this contract went out for bid. Do we know where we are on that? No? Okay. That's it. And the maintenance of effort on the mayor thing, we passed it. It just didn't get to you. I don't know who sat on it down here, but it was passed here in time. But I'm thinking at this point, all these other mayors and these other counties are loving it. It's going to be hard as heck to do away with it. We're going to have to look at it as maybe it's just maintenance of effort for constitutionally, legislatively bound things that a mayor has to fund. So it's going to have to be looked at in a different way if we try to address that moving forward, or if y'all do next legislative session. That's all.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you for that, because it does need to be discussed, and this is the time to do it. Looking forward to continued discussions, whether it's a legislative retreat, where we take a deep dive to come up with our agenda items for
Okay, well, I can plant the seed on that one there, even though I won't be here to trying to address it that way, which I think really will be the best route to rein that in a little bit for Shelby County, because it totally hits us different than these small counties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. And I'll say this in closing, that one of the things said, I guess a couple of years ago, that we need to have everybody in the room. Right? Legislators need to be the city, the county, the school board, everybody legislatively, because we go up there and we see it in the hallways. Everybody going in a different direction, having a different asks. We come back, we don't know what the right hand, don't know what the left hand doing. So that need to be the strategic focus for us. That's one. But two, in clarification of what Commissioner Mills was talking about too, I understand that, yes, they did fund the 2 judges, but they took money out for prosecutors and public defenders who need to man, and clerks that need to man that office, right? So that gave us a whole nother thing that we have to now locally take care of, because that got cut. So if you can go back and look at the tapes on that will help us to know who and why did they cut that money out, that extra money out, because it now put the weight back on us as a county, right? And what we have to do. So that's what she was alluding to. So, all right, Commissioner Brooks back in.
So generally, do they still have a policy that it doesn't prohibit, but it's sort of a no-no for unfunded mandates on local government? Or they try to avoid those? I mean, at one time in the past, they did.
We did,
in the olden
right.
days, in the
Right.
90s, yeah.
We did, and then we're starting to see it
So now
go away.
Oh, I see.
It's kind of like there was a rule against caption bills.
Right.
You had, if you filed a bill, it had to be, what it is. It is what it is, and not some Trojan horse. That's gone away. And so that is a continued issue where
So it's-
where the burden becomes a local burden, and then the state legislature blames the federal government. They want to blame everyone else.
So when it goes before fiscal review, it's no pushback when it goes to budget sub about a big balloon fiscal note on local government. Nobody cares.
Well, I won't say no one cares. I guess there's some deflecting of the issue, but you have the voices in the advocacy from people like me, as well as the lobbyists who represent the various associations that represent local government. So you have that, but then you're going up against other entities, other associations that have formed against any type of taxes. So they see any type of property tax, impact fees, things that would relieve a burden on a local government, they're viewed as bad. And so you're facing that battle, because then those same entities are funding campaigns, and then they send out a mailer and they say, well, state representative blah 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 filed legislation that was going to increase your taxes. So that's kind of where we are. It's a never-ending battle.
All right, sir. Well, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you giving us this presentation, and, yeah.
I appreciate your work, and
Yeah.
I look forward to working with you into the future. And you've got my number.
Yes, sir.
So feel free to give me a call and make sure we talk.
All right, all
Thank
right.
you
You have
so much.
safe travels back, man.
Thank you.
All right, that brings an end to the committee number 12. We're going to jump right at committee number 8, item number 1. Call the order, committee number 8, item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract with the Community Alliance for the Homeless with 3 one-year options to renew in the amount of $230,000 to provide planning, grants management, database administration, and clinical services to reduce homelessness in Shelby County for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 funds in the amount of $230,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, Jr.
All right, this item is moved by Commissioner Mills and second by myself. All right, Dr. Hall.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Lasagna Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. It is my pleasure to be before you today to ask for this body's approval of a contract for Community Alliance for the Homeless in the amount of $230,000. This is an annual allotment that the administration provides to the Community Alliance for the Homeless to administer homeless programs throughout Shelby County. This item, the funding for this item is within the FY operating budget, 2027 operating budget, and joining me to talk about or respond to specific questions as it relates to the programming is Executive Director Sydney Taylor. I was going to say the wrong last name, Sydney Taylor, and her VP of Information Management, Tara Williams. The administration recommends approval.
All right, thank you. If you can, Miss, just say your name and your zip code for the record.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Sydney Taylor. I'm the presidency of Community Alliance for the Homeless. What was your other question? Oh, so we are HUD's designated lead agency for the continuum of care in Memphis and Shelby County.
One quick minute. Do you have a presentation, anything about it? No?
No, we don't.
Okay, you just speak to the word.
Yes. Okay. So we are HUD designated lead for the continuum of care in Memphis and Shelby County. We lead the homeless response system here locally, and we oversee the data management information system for the county as well, for homeless services.
All right, well, I was taking a look at this resolution. I see I got Commissioner Mills in the queue.
Okay, thank you. How many people are served through this program a year?
We are the lead agency, so we receive the agencies as an intermediary through HUD.
Okay, okay. Okay, so you just handle the dollar, or the paperwork?
Yes, Commissioner Mills, this agency is the continuum of care.
Okay,
that's
gotcha.
designated by HUD. So they provide the administrative oversight for all of the other agencies that work with them.
Okay, all right. Well, that won't answer my next question either. Okay, thank you.
I know I got Commissioner Brooks, and I just want quickly to that. So you all capturing the data, how many homeless people are in the city, in the county? Are y'all tracking? Like, I know Hospitality Hub, they go out, they identify. So if you can say, like, what data are you collecting and how are we tracking?
Hi, my name is Tara Williams, the VP of Information Management with Community Alliance for the Homeless. And so these organizations that you've just referenced, which is the Hospitality Hub, they utilized our system called BitFocus, which is our homeless management information system that captures and tracks all of that data that is required in order to be recipients of that federal funding. So we do have a list of components that are required, when you're providing these services. And this is day in, day out. So this is a 24-hour system.
Okay, and that's good to know we got some type of tracking to do that. To that point, who apply for the federal grants and things when they come? Is it your agency that do it for everybody that works with homeless in the county?
So yes, I would say that is our collaborative application. The notice of funding, which is just was released. However, our community partners are now working to complete their portions of the application and collaboratively, as a body, Community Alliance submitted on our community's behalf, and that's for Memphis and Shelby County.
Okay, and just one last question. Last year, how much funding federally, statewide, did you all receive for the work?
Last grant opportunity, we brought in $12.8 million for the community of Shelby County.
All right, Commissioner Brooks. You done, Commissioner? Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, and you all didn't bring a presentation, right?
No, no,
And
ma'am.
this is for $230,000?
Yes,
Okay, and you say you provide oversight
yes.
for which organizations? Hospitality Hub?
All COC funded agencies, approximately.
that?
Can you tell me how many programs we have?
Yes, currently we have, it's 13 agencies,
Okay.
but however, we oversight 28 projects.
And what agencies? You don't have to get up. You can send a list to all of us
I can send the
later.
list, yes, I will send our list to you.
But can you tell me two or three?
Yes, MIFA of Memphis,
Micah?
MIFA,
Oh, Micah?
MIFA,
Okay.
the Hospitality Hub,
Okay.
Alpha Omega,
Catholic Charities.
Alliance Healthcare Services, Catholic Charities,
Okay.
Door of Hope. We have lists.
Okay, so when you send that list, it really got my attention when you said Alpha Omega.
Okay.
And I definitely want to know how much you are giving, how much each one, the budget of each one, if you will. And then some of the oversight activities. So does that include oversight for federal compliance with federal statutes such as?
Monitoring any of the rags that come down, any of our, as of late, under new administration.
Do you all monitor and for compliance with Title VI and 7?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you do, okay.
Yes.
So I'd like to see, maybe if you all could just kind of let us know what you're doing.
Okay.
This oversight, I think oversight is real important. And for the small amount of money we have and the great amount of needs, we certainly need to have oversight of agencies that receive these public dollars. Okay, so I'll just wait until I can get some more information regarding your oversight activities and the agencies that you're providing oversight for, and the budgeted amount of these entities. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam. I would say this too, and just looking at that resolution, I thought I saw that in there when I was reading it, but earlier, was the fact that 2009, it was 5 point some million, and now we're at 12.8 million. So I appreciate the increase in the capacity that you all are doing, showing that we're having that impact of making sure we're addressing this. And that is money that we don't have to put out when you all are doing that type of work. So thank you for that. Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the work that you are doing as well. Just surrounding, that was kind of leading to my question of how successful, or what's our track record, or what can we put out there to make sure people know what we're doing, and also maybe to the administration. Have we been working with Community Alliance in the past? And tell me about that past work and just how long you all have been doing the work you've been doing so far.
So we've been doing this work since 2009, and we've been working with the county. I've been with the organization for 10 years, and so for the 10 years that I've been there, we have been receiving county funding in relation to this work.
Annually?
Yes.
I'm having issues with this today. It's great. Dr. Lasagna Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. Commissioner Lowry, yes, the administration annually provides the same amount for $230,000. It's budgeted within the mayor's administration, and it does leverage the results that we're seeing from the HUD dollars that are brought to bear in the community. This agency serves as our administrative voice, eyes, ears in the community, and provides that tracking mechanism so that the administration can feel sure that this work is being done. This organization also, there's a project description within this resolution that gives you more information about what they do and the data that they collect. But they also provide annually a report, and we'd be happy to provide that to this body as well.
Thank you. I'd like to see the report and just like to know how we're doing overall to reduce homelessness, right? What progress are we making year to year? So if you got any information or any stats that could say, hey, this is how we're progressing, we'd love to hear that now or love to see it.
We can provide that at a later time.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Brooks, I'm gonna go to Commissioner Shook. Okay, Commissioner Shookman.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I just have a few more questions. In my district, in particular, District 12, I would like to know, number one, how many individuals are considered unhoused? I know it cannot be exact because, it's hard to count the individuals unhoused because I am seeing visually an increase. I'm seeing individuals who are staying in, for example, where you go into banks, at night they're staying in there. They're everywhere in my district. It's increasing. And they're only unhoused facility in my district, District 12, is the veterans that just opened up for unhoused veterans. And I do know there are also private individuals who are also providing shelter. But I need to know, are there any shelters, besides what I mentioned, in District 12? And what resources are going to District 12? Because my constituent complained they're not getting a return on their funding. The other thing I want to know is, for example, you mentioned a lot of agencies that you all work with. I'd also like to know what dollar amount these agencies are already receiving from the county government over the past, since I've been on the commission, so let's say the past 4 years. Because I don't want any double dipping, even though these organizations are doing the work. I want to make sure that, because we have a very, very tight budget, as you all may know, because we do have obligations we have to meet. For example, as far as the sheriff's office, roads, elections, et cetera, schools that we have to meet our obligations, and we're not able to meet them. We're not. That's why they keep coming back up here. You hear from juvenile court later on. I've heard from the judges, and so on and so forth. So we do have the obligation, and you also heard the states not sending, our fair share back. So I do want to know exactly if, for example, if there's an organization that's also receiving other county funds besides what you are giving them, and then also District 12. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman, Dr. Lasagna Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, this group, I don't think would be able to track the county funding for the agencies. Might I recommend that once they provide the list of agencies, we do a cross-reference of county, particularly CEP grants that may be going to these same agencies. The county is very, we can do our tracking on our side to see if reconciling those records.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you, filling in for Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Mills?
Okay, thank you. So my question is this the first year, this is not the first year you've had this contract, correct?
Correct.
And you keep up with the data?
Correct.
But you can't tell me how many people have been served?
I can. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was my question originally.
Oh, okay. Annually, roughly 4,000.
Okay.
Yes.
That was my original question.
Yes.
Okay, now my next question is, do you know how many veterans come across out of that 4,000?
Not off the top of my head.
Are they questioned when they come, if they've ever served in the military? They
Yes,
are?
yes,
Okay.
that's a part of the assessment.
And then do y'all refer them to a veteran service officer?
We're not, Community Alliance is not the direct service provider. So that information is captured in the database.
Okay.
However, that is asked at those agencies.
Okay.
So it's not asked.
And then, but do you know if they connect them to
Correct.
refer them to a veteran service officer?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. That's great. Because instead of using the same pool of funds, they've got a whole bunch of stuff. Wonderful. That was my original question, and when you said no at first, I thought maybe y'all did something else, but now you answered my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you. All right, let's take this item to vote. Seeing no others in the queue, let's take this item to vote. All right, everyone had the opportunity to vote. Let's tally the vote.
We have 3 aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, and Lowry. Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks have abstained. We have 3 ayes and 2 abstained.
All right, this item goes down with favorable recommendation. I just say to you all, if y'all can provide all commissioners that requested information, I think it helps them understand what's all happening from the work that y'all are doing. Thank you for the work you do, and continue to bring those dollars to Shelby County so we can do more of their work. Thank you.
Thank you.
That now brings an end to committee number 12, number 8.
All right, let's call to order committee number 7, Economic Development and Tourism. Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the Downtown Memphis Commission fiscal year 2027 budget and affirming the assessment for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. This item was deferred in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
Thank you. That was been moved by myself, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. How you all doing? State your name and title, and we'll start when you're ready.
Testing, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shondell Ryan, President and CEO of Downtown Memphis Commission, 38103. So this resolution is before you. We presented our budget on May 27, 2026, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, are there any commissioners in the queue? Going once, going twice? What is this here? What is this handout we have here?
So during the presentation, there were a few questions that we said that we would return with responses for, and so that is in response to those questions.
Raised during the budget process?
Yes, sir.
Is this a part of the report?
I am submitting them to respond to the questions asked, so I would say yes. It was not a part of the original presentation. These were questions that they wanted us to come back with a response to.
All right, makes sense. A suggestion would be, I understand we do a lot of stuff here, right? Defer things, refer things, and everything else. I think it'd be best for the commission to have the total package, so we can put those things in the report they made that were deferred, as well as these questions here. That may help the commission. All right, seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this to a vote. All right, let's close screening, report to tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Shelby, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, that item goes out with a favorable recommendation. That concludes committee number 7. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. We'll call to order committee number 1, Budget and Finance. We can read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Memphis Public Library and Shelby County Government for the operation of the East Shelby Branch Library from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, with 3 annual options to renew. This item requires the expenditure of FY27 general funds in the amount of $639,742, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, Jr.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Commissioner Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Shelby. Okay, thank you. Dr. Hall, Director Harris, thank you. We'll turn it over to you for a presentation.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Dr. Lasagna Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Shelby County Government. It is my pleasure again to present to you an intergovernmental agreement between the county and the City of Memphis in the amount of $639,742, which is approved in the FY27 operating budget. This is the only county-owned library, and the county government's partners with the City of Memphis's library department on operating and material and supplies. And so I'm pleased to have Dr. Harris with me today as our new Director of Libraries across the City of Memphis to present.
Thank you, and thank you all for having me. You have before you a brief...
Sorry,
I'm
will
sorry.
you state your name and title for us, please?
Dr. Eric Harris, Director, Memphis Public Libraries, 3030 Poplar. Thank you. You have before you a handout which is meant as a brief presentation, as an overview of the Memphis Public Library System. As Dr. Hall stated, I am new. I am 5 months into the position. It's been very exciting and glad to have it. First, the library system is something that is accessible. The Central Library is open 7 days a week. The other branches, which includes East Shelby that we are discussing today, is open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. every single day. Going to sheet 2, a couple of highlights that I wanted the commission to be to notice. First, that we have a system of shared circulation within Memphis Public Libraries. We have over 2 million books and items that are available for checkout, which any patron can go to any branch, and if it is not specifically at that branch, they can make a request, and we have it shipped to that branch the very next day. So there are lots of people taking advantage of that at East Shelby. We're also proud of the fact that, according to our calculations, we were able to save patrons about $15 million when it comes to items that they would normally have to go purchase, such as books or digital items and things that we offer for free, and a lot of other services and workshops. And we also have in our collection over 100,000 ebooks, audiobooks, and digital resources that are available 24/7 to any patron within the Shelby County, the Memphis Public Library System. Now going specifically to East Shelby, which we are here to discuss today, in FY26 we had almost 40,000 visitors come into that branch to use the services, which we're very, very proud of. About 22,000 items were checked out. From that branch, we had about 1,800 people sign up for new library cards, just at that branch alone. Again, that is new. We also had about 3,000 people participate in programs. And our programs within the library, they have a lot of different directions. It could be cooking, it could be something on reading faster, it could be something on line dancing, or any interest that that public community has. But we had over 3,000 people participate, and what I'm most proud of in that number is about 2,300 of those 3,000 participants were youth, age 18 and under. So that means within the East Shelby branch, there's a great opportunity for us to really capitalize on some youth that are engaged within that branch, and we want to keep that going. So again, I am pleased to be here today to speak to you all, hopefully that we can continue this very fruitful partnership that we've had. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Harris. Can you just put into help put into context how these numbers on the East Shelby branch relate to the other satellite branches in terms of visitors and new growth, new card sign up? What's that look like?
Yes, absolutely. One great thing about East Shelby is that it's kind of isolated in terms of its location. You've got the Highland Oaks schools, you got the Southwind neighborhood, you also have the Kirby neighborhood in southeast Memphis. The next closest branches are pretty far away, looking at Parkway and Mendenhall. So there's a pretty large demographic that this branch serves, giving it a huge opportunity for patrons. So that's why the patron number is so high. The only numbers that are in comparison to that, of course, Central Library, which is a lot bigger branch, and we serve a lot more of the population. But it is very, very similar to other branches such as Whitehaven, which has a huge population. It is also very similar to the Jeffrey Red branch, which has a huge population as well. They actually are number 2 in terms of checking out books, so they're pretty high. In terms of checking out, East Shelby, even though honestly we'd like to see a better circulation there, we are working on that, but there is a very, very high amount of articles, materials that are checked out from that branch. And being honest, in terms of the new library card sign up, I would have to look at the other branches to see how that compares. But I do know that 1,800 is a number that does stick out to me as being a very good number for new library cards.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I think obviously this is the branch that we're working with. We'd like to see the growth, and I think that's exciting to see the engagement here. All right, Commissioner Shalai.
I'm just saying I'm going to recuse myself from this, being that I do work for the City of Memphis administration.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, thanks for the report. I think we can prepare this item for a vote.
Oh, Commissioner, if I might before then. Apologies. Thank you, Dr. Hall. I do want to bring a matter before the commission to consider. I do know that this amount has been approved in the budget. I do appreciate it. This will definitely keep that branch open. We'll be able to operate. So don't let what I say interfere with that. There were a few legislative things that occurred within the city of Memphis prior to my becoming the library director. One was a salary floor was implemented. in this salary floor, it raised bottom salaries for all of the employees across the city of Memphis, which included libraries. So long story short, the personnel expense that is in the contract that you all have approved, well, that is in your budget, is off. There's about a $75,000 gap there. And I am here today to ask the commission to consider if there is a means to close that gap so that we can operate without having to figure out a way to close that deficit as the year goes on. Again, apologies for it. I just took this position in February, and the person who dealt with the contracts was no longer with the library system at the time that I came in. There was an interim director, so long story short, this contract was not examined in the way that it should have been, giving you all the adequate time to consider any changes to the contract, and I do understand that, but I do want to put that on your radar and ask that if you can consider, again, an additional $75,000 going toward this contract so that we can adequately fund the personnel at that branch. But again, I will be clear, this will not result in a cut of personnel should we not get that money today. There will not be any shortage of services whatsoever at East Shelby Drive. I've identified funds to sort of close the gap until we can come up with the additional 75, so I want to be clear on that. Thank you.
All right, yep, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, and Chair, I just want to let my colleagues know this is my district, and we don't have a community center. We do not have any place to meet, although we do have small rooms at the library that are free. Other than that, we have to pay to congregate. And so I do want to work with Mr. Harris, and congratulations on your position. I worked for you at White Station High School, and you did a great job. I just want to also mention that programming, I want to work with you, finding $75,000 within your budget. I must put that on the record. Then also, I want to find some programs, because at this library, we have no program like they do at other branches, such as cooking and all kinds of other programming, and it's essential because we do not have a community center, we do not have a YMCA, we have nothing for the elderly and for the youth to do. And so I do want to get with you after the election and work on some programming as well, okay? And thank you for your work.
Absolutely, thank you, and I'd love to have that conversation. I think that the library system could also be a much bigger intervention for a lot of the youth and things that we have. There are things that we could do tomorrow, such as, we could issue every student in the school system a library card at no budget impact toward the system or us whatsoever. So there are things that we can do to close that gap, and I'd love to have that conversation. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we can prepare the screen to vote on item number 1. Okay, if everyone's had a chance to vote, we can close the screen and record the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. Commissioner Shelby has recused. We have 3 ayes, 1 recused.
All right, item 1 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2. Thank you all very much.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract extension for armored car, SafePoint Smart Safes, and kiosk services with Loomis Armored US LLC for the period of July 1, 2026 through September 30, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $44,373. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 trustee general funds in an amount not to exceed $44,373. Sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Shelby. Good morning, Trustee Newman.
Good morning, Commission. Regina Newman, County Trustee. This is an extension while this contract is being rebid for whatever reason, this contract was a one-year contract, and purchasing did not put renewals on it last year. It had renewals previously, and so we require the 1 month, the 3-month extension to try to get it, to continue the courier service for the county and get the new bids.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so the question then becomes for legal. I thought commissioners passed a resolution stating that there should be a 2 one-year renewals, because I'm thinking back about another item that had 3 one-year options. And so I'm just trying to get clarification. Yes, thank you.
James Gloss, Administrator Purchasing. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Purchasing does not assign renewals for any country. It's the departments and contracts.
Okay, that wasn't the question. The question was, I thought that the commission had passed a resolution, so I was asking legal. I appreciate that, but didn't we pass a resolution that the maximum be 2-year, 1-year renewals, 2 1-year renewals? And that's a question for legal. Thank you, though.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, you did amend your permanent rules to state that renewals would need to come back for subsequent approval.
Yes, and was it 2? Was that the maximum?
I believe so. I'm looking for it right now.
Okay. Thank you. And so then my question goes to the trustee. So will you put that in so you have 2 1-year renewals going forward?
Regina Newman, County Trustee, we intend to add renewals on the contract that's being bid now. This contract was bid last year, and for some reason, it did not have renewals.
Thank you. Okay, legal, you have the answer? Well, you just get the information from Monday, that'll be fine. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I think maybe we can clarify I believe the change in the permanent rules is to give us the chance to vote on renewals versus it being automatic renewals. The issue here is it never had a renewal in it to begin with.
I understand that, Chair. Okay. The question was, I was trying to get clarification. It was a 2-year maximum, or 2 1-year maximum, and that was the question. They'll get it to me on Monday.
Okay,
thank you.
Perfect. All right, see no one else on the screen. I think we can prepare this item for a vote. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 2 goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving a contract extension for banking services with Regions Bank for custody and deposit of county funds for the period of July 1, 2026 through September 30, 2026. This item does not require the expenditure of county operating funds. The county will fund the contract extension amount with the compensating balance on deposit with Regions Bank, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, great. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by... I will second it. Trustee Newman?
Regina Newman, County Trustee. Thank you, Commissioner Whaley. This may be a contract that you're referring to. The banking contract is by statute 4 years, so 1 year and 1-year renewals. That is not affected by the county's resolution or ordinance. The banking contract has to be rebid every 4 years or when the trustee changes, whichever comes first. So this contract is in the process of, actually it's been rebid for this year and is being prepared for finality by the incoming trustee. And the contracts by nature end on June 30th, so every 4 years we need to request the 3-month extension that runs to the end of September to get that next contract approved. We would appreciate your votes.
All right, got it. All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
And thank you. And so my question then becomes, that's the only bank that we're using, number one. Number two is understand, I would like to look at the contract. I would, because my understanding is at one point in time, I don't know if it's still done, that the bank would give like community service dollars, if you will, to projects. And I was wondering if that is in the contract or if they're still doing that, because I know at one point they were.
Regina Newman, County Trustee, the entire contract is in on base.
Okay.
And it's essentially the same for the coming year. It doesn't change that much. This is the bank that handles the bank accounts.
I understand.
Yeah, not the investments, not anything else.
I understand.
Just the bank accounts.
I understand that.
And all banks are required or encouraged to do CRE by folks other than the county. And so we work with regions a lot on community type items.
Okay,
yes.
and so who would be the keeper of that information if they've done any, and if so, what have they done recently?
I'm
CRE.
sure we can get that information for you,
Okay.
but the requirements are all in the contract.
Okay, I'd appreciate that, and I'll ask contracts for a copy. Thank you
Okay,
so
great.
much.
All right, thank you. Trustee Newman, you expect this coming in August or September?
Regina Newman, County Trustee, this would come after September 1st.
Okay, great. All right, seeing no one else on the screen, we can prepare item 3 for a vote. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Trustee Newman, are you fine going through the rest of your items, and then we can go to the finance items? Okay. Let's call up item 5.
Item 5 is a resolution to receive and file in the Shelby County Trustees' Annual Financial Report for the year ending June 30th, 2026, in accordance with Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-1902, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you want to move this one? Okay, I will second it. Trustee Newman?
Good morning again. By statute, the trustee is required to present 2 separate reports to you during the month of July for the period ending June 30th. And this is the annual finance report, which is essentially, as you can tell from the exhibit, a lot of transactions. So we have the beginning balances as of July 1, 2025, and then all the receipts, all the transfers in, disbursements, transfers out, commission transfers, that being commission and fees, and then ending balances as of June 30th. So all of those balance, and we are happy to say they reconcile, and I would appreciate your approval.
All right, thank you. Seeing no questions on this item, Madam Clerk, we can prepare item 5 for a vote. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, item 5 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item 10.
Item 6?
10.
Okay. Item 10 is a resolution to receive and file the trustees' annual report of delinquent tax for the year ended June 30th, 2026, in accordance with Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-1903, and to authorize credit to be given to the trustee, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I will second it. Trustee Newman?
Regina Newman, County Trustee, this is another one of the reports required by statute to be given to you in July. The total amount of delinquencies is on Exhibit A, which has dropped again and is at a low point, and we're proud to say it's dropped every year, and that more than half of the delinquencies are the taxes that went delinquent on March 1st of this year. So they've just been a few months. And also pleased to report, and this will come up in our fourth quarter report in August, that the trustee's office did set a new collection record for the county of 97.69% by June 30th on the 2025 taxes. So that is going to continue to drop these figures as time goes by. The report also includes the amount that was sued upon for 2024 in March, and that includes realty and personalty. Appreciate your approval.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the screen. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 10. All right, we close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 10 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Trustee Newman. We'll go back to the finance items. Item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving the purchase of public official bonds from WTW, a.k.a. Willis Towers Watson, Inc., WTW, through Hartford Fire Insurance Company for a period of 4 years beginning September 1, 2026 through September 1st, 2030. This resolution requires the expenditure of the FY 2027 General Fund operating budget in the amount of $140,000, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, item 4, if we get a mover and seconder. All right, moved by Commissioner Lowry. I will second it. Director Schonbaum.
Good morning, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. This is a renewal of public official bonds that happens every year, every 4 years during the election cycle. The public official bond has to be renewed so that the new incoming elected officials and directors can have their surety bond for the course of the administration.
Okay. Any questions on this one? I think I'm going to recuse on this. I own some shares in Hartford, so just make note of that. I'm going to recuse on this item, but I think, Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote. All right, if everyone's had a chance to vote, we can close the screen and record the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Lowry. Commissioner Whaley has recused. We have 2 ayes, 1 recused.
All right, item 4 will go down to favorable recommendation. Item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution approving a 3-year contract renewal between Shelby County Government and Fifth Asset, Inc., DBA Debt Book, in the amount of $24,000 each fiscal year beginning in FY 2027. This item requires expenditures of FY 27 General Fund operating budget in the amount not to exceed $24,000, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 6, moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I have seconded. Director Schonbaum.
Good morning, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Debt Book is the software that we use to maintain the county's debt, as well as the subscriptions and leases of the county. While the annual amount is less than $50,000 required to come before this body, this is a 3-year renewal, which puts us over that $50,000. This, as I said, allows us to maintain our debt and subscription and leases. We appreciate your approval.
Okay, don't see anyone on the screen. Madam Clerk, please press the screen to vote on item 6.
Before you vote, I just want to make a parliamentary note on renewals and what requires, what the permanent rules are regarding renewals. So the rule 6C C3 states, all contracts, including lease purchases presented to the County Commission for approval, shall be accompanied by a list containing the following information for all bidders, where applicable, name of bidder, bid amount, MWBE and LSOB status, total amount any MWBE and LOSB will receive pursuant to the status and total amount of any MWB and LOSB, to the contract. That probably needs to be amended because I don't think we have a WMP program anymore. Additionally, all new contracts shall contain no more than 2 annual renewal options, and there shall be no more than 2 extensions per contract absent extenuating circumstances, which shall be provided by the department requesting the contract extension. As it relates to lease purchases, the EOC administrator shall provide the county commission with a report. So I want to note that in general, renewals do not require, and if a renewal was approved in the original resolution, there's no rule requiring that it come back before this body. Director Schombaum just indicated that this one brings the contract total amount above $50,000, and that's probably why this item is before us. But in general, there's no requirement that just renewals come back before this body for approval.
Good point of information. Thank you. And so, but we can require that on the floor, correct? Because I know I've done that before. We requested that it come back before us, like even though there's 2 one-year renewals, that we requested that the next renewal become before the commission.
That is not a part of your permanent rules?
It's not part of our rules, but I'm just saying for the record that we can. We've
So
done
the
that before.
administration, so there's 2 different authorities. So with the legislative, so when you have a resolution that authorizes the administration to enter into renewals, then they are operating within their authority. So I'm now speaking outside of my purview.
Okay.
So I'm going to end. But when you have a resolution that is authorizing the administration to execute those documents in accordance with the resolution, that is within their purview.
And then also, I heard you say that we need to probably amend number 6, is that correct? Rule number 6, dealing with the MWB program?
That would seem to be in order.
Okay. And then the last
But
thing.
I would defer to the
yeah.
chair.
And the last thing I heard you say is that we put our rules 2, right? 2 1.
Yes,
renewals.
currently, but it says absent and extenuating circumstances which shall be provided by the department requesting the contract extension. So perhaps if there's an item that has more than 2 renewals that was approved by resolution, perhaps that body provided that information on the floor, and then this body then approved that. So
And then
the
the maximum
resolution
2
authorizes
extensions,
it.
correct?
So if yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
Thank you. This
Thank you.
clarification. Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. I think we can continue the vote here on item number 6. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
Okay, thank you. Item 6 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 7.
Item 7 is a resolution receiving and filing the April 2026 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, great, thank you. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I will second it. Deputy Director Schombaum.
Good morning again. Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. You have before you the April 2026 General Fund Operating Report. As of April 30th, total revenue was at $511.2 million, an increase of $64.3 million versus prior year. We are at revenue collections of 93.8% of budget as of the end of April. Property tax revenue was at $388.2 million, or 99.7% of budget. up significantly over prior year due to the reallocation of the penny. Other local taxes, no significant change, but business taxes are trending a little bit higher. State revenue is down due to timing. When I present the May report, you'll see that correct. Federal and local revenues are also down about 1.2 million from prior year. That should correct before year end. Fines and fees are up, are at 57.8 million versus 49.5 million in FY25. About 2.5 million of that was the general sessions cleanup that we have previously discussed, but we are seeing increases in several offices, including fees and permits, the circuit court clerk, county clerk, the registrar's office, and the trustee. So some good news in the increased revenue in our fines and fees. Interest is at 14.2 million versus 6.5 million. We are still working on allocating interest out in the new system, and so we expect that to be reduced by approximately 7 million and be more in line with prior year. Personnel expenditures are up 25.9 million or 9.3%. I think we have discussed repeatedly the increased salary cost due to the salary increases that were awarded to county employees. Overtime costs are also up about 3 million or 12%. Fringe benefits driven by retirement contributions are also contributing to that increase in personnel expenditures, as well as health insurance costs. O&M is at 76.6 million or 52% of budget, down from 87.2 million or 54.6% of budget. We continue to see that narrow versus prior year as we continue to work on our backlog of payables due to the system transition. So we have seen some increases in utilities and food service costs. Offsetting decreases are in inmate medical costs, which we know will catch up before year end. Buildings and ground maintenance, which I understand may not catch up. That may be a decrease due to utilization in the current year. With that, I can open it up for questions.
All right, thank you. Are we making any progress on closing the gap in the reporting, sort of closing out these months and catching up a bit? Because, obviously that's still a bit of a challenge. And I know part of it's system implementation, but are we internally seeing any progress there on closing the gap?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. We are seeing significant progress there. You see that I'm presenting April and May this month, so there is absolutely a catch-up there. And, we have to have the county's books closed by the end of August, so we are working diligently towards, constantly refining the processes, looking for solutions to issues we encounter due to the system conversion. But you'll see in May that the O&M continues to narrow. And so we are, all I can say is we're making progress and we continue to work diligently.
Yep, great. Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 7. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
Okay, thank you. Item 7 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 8.
Item 8 is a resolution receiving and filing the May 2026 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 8 moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I will second it. Deputy Director Schomburg.
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Having just presented the April report, there's not significant changes in the May report. Total revenue is up a little bit. We're at $531.1 million, an increase of $60.9 million over the prior year. Revenue collections at 97.5% of budget, so we are almost all the way there. Property tax is at 99.8% of budget. Other local taxes are up 2.1 million. As I noted, we are seeing business taxes trend higher. State revenue is down just 600,000 versus FY25, so no material change there. Federal and local revenues are down 1.3 that should be million versus prior year due to timing. Fines and fees, I just went through, we are seeing increases among several offices. So revenue up versus prior year, 62.3 million versus 55.7 million. We are still on the interest, working through the reallocation of the interest. So no significant change there versus prior month. Personnel expenditures continue to trend above prior year due to the salary and expense increases. O&M is at 91.9 million down from 95 million, but as a higher percentage of budget. So again, you're seeing that lag narrow from prior year, and obviously we will be fully recording all FY26 expenses by the end of the June close. I'll open it up for questions.
All right, thank you. What is the remaining inmate medical liability for FY26?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'll have to look at that.
But is it under the 152, the budget for the O&M, like that gap? Because the gap was the same last year, and I'm assuming it was the same catch-up in June.
Yeah, and we did not spend that full 159 million last year, and I don't anticipate that we will be at 152 million. We'll be, my guess is somewhere around 120 million, but that's, we will not fully utilize the O&M budget.
Yeah, but that, of course, that item is going to come as a new contract to BD in terms of the cost.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, seeing no questions, we can prepare item 8 for a vote. Okay, thank you. We can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shelby, and Lowry. We have 4 aye votes.
Okay, thank you. Item 8, we'll go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you so much. All right, item number 9.
Item 9 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, approving and authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of the county's maximum aggregate principal amount not to exceed A, $25 million Interfund Tax Anticipation Note Series 2026A, and B, $100 million Tax Anticipation Note Series 2026B, pursuant to and in accordance with the applicable provisions of Sections 9-21-101 et sec. Of the Tennessee Code annotated as amended for the purpose of providing interim funding to the county for meeting certain appropriations made for the current fiscal year and to pay the costs incident to the issuance and delivery therewith, prescribing the forms of and authorizing and providing for the terms of the tax anticipation notes, authorizing the negotiated sale of the Series B tax anticipation note, and prescribing the form of and authorizing execution and delivery of a loan agreement between Shelby County and the selected lender, authorizing the execution and delivery of the tax anticipation notes, the loan agreement, and all other legally required documentation necessary to consummate the transactions contemplated hereby with respect to the foregoing, appointing co-bond counsel and appointing the municipal advisor with respect to the foregoing, authorizing certain county officials to facilitate, perform, and complete all actions deemed necessary or advisable in connection with issuance, sale, and delivery of the tax anticipation notes, and setting forth an effective date. Sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. We have a substitute on this item, and thankfully, I don't think the caption has changed. So I'm going to move the substitute. Okay, so this is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Lowry. And I'm going to move a substitute resolution we should all have in front of us. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Can we accept that without objection? Okay, can we, before we entertain the substitute, we need to have an explanation of the changes in the substitute. Again, my understanding is the caption is not changed, but there's some small red line changes within the packets that we have. So can you, Deputy Director Schombaum, can you go over the changes in the substitute first, and then we will go to a presentation on the item.
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. We do have bond counsel here with us this morning, and I'm going to ask them to come up. And we also have our financial advisors with us as
Yep,
well.
Okay. All right, very good. Thanks all. Mr. Carpenter, good to see you. If you guys will just state your name and title, and we just want to go over the red line changes on the substitute before we get into the item itself.
Jeffrey Morris, Butler Snow, Bond Counsel, 6075 Poplar Avenue.
Corbin Carpenter, Co-Bond Counsel, Shelby County, 386 Bill Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
Charles Carpenter, Carpenter Law, 386 Bill.
Okay. So can we answer the question about the red line changes in the substitute?
Jeffrey Morris, Butler Snow, 675 Poplar Avenue. Those changes represent minor changes that we received from the selected lender, as well as adding in the loan agreement and Series B note, which were sent to the commission previously, but weren't added in as attachments. So they were appropriately added in as attachments as well.
Okay, so the changes that had to relate to the lender were approved by or actually were provided by the lender.
That's correct.
Okay, because I think one of the changes was around with or without consent of the lender was one of the changes, and they have signed off on that.
That's correct. That
Okay.
it came from them.
Okay, all right. So let's go back to the item itself. So we've approved the substitute without objection. The substitute's in front of us now. So can we, if you have something further on the changes?
I just
Okay.
wanted to note, Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, that also added in were the attachments sent to the state for the waiver and the approval, which is subsequent to this. Their action will be subsequent to this body's, but that was not in the original package.
Right, and that includes the cash flow
Cash flow,
forecast.
correct.
Okay, all right. So if you can, if someone wants to take the lead on explaining the TAN, the difference between the Series A and the Series B, the sequence of when we would take out the Series A, when we'd start drawing the Series B, what the anticipated interest rates are, just kind of go through all that, and then we can ask questions.
So Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. The Series A is up to $25 million from the county's debt service fund, and we would draw on it first. The 100 million is, the Series B would be through Regions Bank, and we would draw down on it throughout the fall as needed. This is up to 125 million in total, and with the Regions portion being up to 100 million. Obviously, we are still in the process of closing the county's books because we don't know exactly where the county's cash position will be at year end. We've had to make some estimates based on items that normally impact the county's cash and cash flow, as well as the expenses that will go out over the course of the first 5 months of the fiscal year. And so we tried to be conservative in those estimates to ensure that we had ample capacity in this borrowing.
Okay, and just to understand I guess what was sent to the state, or what we are working with internally currently, is that we're looking at about $101 million need.
Correct.
And so the 125 is to provide enough cushion in the event that that exceeds that amount. But
That's accurate.
we would ideally come in a place where we do not need to draw the full 100 from the Series B.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And just to piggyback on what you stated, what is the difference between Series A and B? I understand 25 million is coming from Series A and the balance of 100 million from Series B. And the interest rate, I didn't hear that.
So Series A is Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Series A is the internal borrowing from the Debt Service Fund. Series B is the external borrowing from Regions.
Continue.
The interest rate, the internal will be set based on the trustee's highest interest rate of an investment for a like period of time. So we would anticipate that we will pay back the external loan first. And so we anticipate paying all of this back no later than March of next year. We have to have it paid back by the end of the year. The external loan is a variable rate loan. The rate based on today's markets would be 3.32%.
Okay, clarification. So, okay, did I hear that the 25 million needs to be paid back by, or which one needs to be paid back first?
So we will pay the external borrowing back first.
The 100 million?
Yes,
And the time frame again?
So this is a tax anticipation note. So as we get property taxes in between December and January, the earliest in February rather, the earliest we would pay it back would be, again, it will depend on what the borrowing actually ends up being and when revenue comes in, but we would pay it back as early as December and as late as March with...
March 2027?
Correct.
Okay.
With a requirement to pay it back before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And the 25 million, that was external, correct?
No, the 25 million
Okay.
is internal, it's the debt service fund borrowing.
Okay.
And that will also be paid back,
By March 2027?
Correct.
Okay, got it, thank you.
All right, thank you. What are the what are the full terms on the Series B? I mean, what is it? So you're saying it's floating rate throughout the length of the loan, or is it fixed at closing? Is there origination fees? Like, what are the details on the note?
So I'm going to have PFM, our financial advisor, Albert Brown from PFM, to come up and...
It's on. All right, thank you. Albert Brown, PFM Financial Advisors. The rate is a floating rate, and the rate will not be set at closing. However, there will be an initial rate that's set at closing, and throughout the the months that the note is outstanding, the note will float periodically given the index that is pegged to, which is the SOFR rate, which is the secured overnight financing rate.
Yeah, okay. And so are there, like, what are the origination fees, like loan closing fees, carrying fees? Like, what's the fee structure?
There are fees associated with the note. There's a origination fee as well as unutilized fee, but those are not incorporated in the actual interest rate itself. So those will be paid as the loan is drawn down. So it's kind of a push and pull essentially. So as the fees that are associated with it's an unutilized fee, for example. So as the loan is drawn down, the unutilized fee decreases because the note is being drawn down essentially.
Okay. I mean, I think it's important that we understand all of this because, fees on a large loan like this can add up. And if we're not managing, this is meant to be a short-term loan. And sometimes you got to look at these things because if you take it too long, if for some reason collections are delayed, there's some issue and people are paying their taxes slower and this loan goes out until April, right? We need to understand like what's the consequence of exceeding the defined length of the loan and the sort of exposure because of a floating rate debt. And if rates go up, right, then have we modeled that in these projections?
We have modeled it, and so the lender, in this case, Regions, we solicited banks for the loan, for the SAN, and we received a response from Regions as well as Truist. Those two banks are very competitive in the market for liquidity for various municipalities across the region. We have worked with the county to develop cash flow projections for taxes coming into the county as well as expenses or operations, which of course the note will fund. And given the outstanding rate, in addition to the fees, Regions is the lowest cost provider. As Danielle alluded to, the note needs to be paid back before the end of the fiscal year, so there's no risk in terms of the loan being outstanding past the fiscal year. So the amount of interest that will be paid, of course, is capped by the state's usury laws. So the interest rate risk of rates going up is capped essentially, and the state's usury rate is, I think it's around about 10% or so.
Right, but we're not modeling carrying the debt through the end of the fiscal year because
the
idea would be to pay it off in its entirety in February.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or in around February, March,
right.
that timeframe.
Right. All right. Director Schoenbaum.
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director. Yeah, so I was going to note that we cannot go past June. That's not just the terms of the loan, that's by state law. But additionally, we would start to pay down in December. Right. Whether we can fully pay down in December, we'll have to assess where we are at that time with respect to collection and expenses.
Yep, right, okay. All right, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few more questions. So the purpose of loans to pay for the CIP projects no? Okay. What is the purpose of the loan, number one? And then number two, when will we get the approval back from the state?
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director. So this is a tax anticipation note. As we await our property taxes to come in between December and February, we have to fund the county's general fund operating expenses, and that's what this note will cover. The state approval is contingent upon this body's approval. They already have the letters for the waiver and the approval, and they have indicated to us that they will move expeditiously once this body has approved.
So this loan is to cover general operating expenses, and my question then becomes, have we done this before? Because I don't recall. when I have been commissioner? And then also, my concern is, will this be a normal practice?
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. If you recall, last year, we did a $40 million, or up to $40 million interfund TAN. We were able to do that borrowing fully from the debt service fund, so we did not have an outside party. This is the first time, certainly in recent history, that we have used an external lender, but this is the second year in a row that we, due to the county's diminishing fund and cash balance, that we are having to borrow money to fund operations until the next year's, fiscal year's property taxes are received.
Okay, this is a concern.
And until such time that fund balance is rebuilt, this will continue.
Thank you.
Yep, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions in reference to bond council's relationship to pilots, payment in lieu of taxes, if any. Does pilots have any relationship to how we're dealing with bond council, or bond council is dealing with us, Meade County Commission? Anybody?
Commissioner Brooks, could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Morris? Is Mr. Morris here? Oh, okay. Maybe Mr. Morris. It could be. It could help me. I'm trying to understand the relationship between bond counsel and pilots, payment in lieu of taxes, if any, or the impact of bond counsel, payment in lieu of taxes on the activities of bond counsel relative to Shelby County.
Corbin and Carpenter, Bond Counsel, Shelby County. From our standpoint, Carpenter Law standpoint, there is no relationship.
Okay.
To answer your question.
Mr. Morris.
Yeah, Jeffrey. No, good. No. Jeffrey Morris, Bond Counsel, Butler Snow, 675 Poplar Avenue. So pilots aren't related at all to this particular transaction. At times, we will advise the county attorney's office on various issues related to pilots, bonds, other transactions, but pilots have nothing to do with the current transaction.
Sorry. Thank you. But what we're saying is, make sure I understand, you're saying this transaction meeting the item number 9 before us, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm asking in a more general sense, is there a relationship between almost, I lost my thought, pilots and bond counsel? Does bond counsel have anything to do with payment in lieu of taxes, pilots? Is there any function, or is there any reason why there would be a relationship between bond counsel and pilots, the granting of pilots, activity of pilots, reforming pilots, anything to do with pilots? Mr. Morris.
Jeffrey Morris, Bond Counsel, Butler Snow, 675 Poplar Avenue. We advise the county attorney's office on various legal questions in respect to pilots. Generally, for certain boards and certain entities that issue pilots, bond counsel may be involved to the extent that those boards are also issuing bonds, so there is an interrelation there. In this particular transaction, there is no relation to pilots, and in our capacity as bond counsel with the county, we typically just advise on actual bond issuances and just various questions the county attorney's office may ask.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Wait,
All right.
I need to get
Well, if
clarity.
you want to get back in the queue, we can
I
get
can do
back
that.
on that.
I can-
All right,
thank
thanks.
you so
Sorry, Chairwoman
much.
Avant?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question around to Ms. Schoenbaum. Obviously, if we're having to go out for this anticipated note, I, like my colleague, always have concern we have to do something like this, but it's necessary, which I think this commission addressed in our recent tax increase in order to at least put 2 cents back to help replace what we have been spending in the fund balance. How does this affect our credit rating in having to go out for this note?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Once this item is complete, Bond Counsel will work with us to do a disclosure. We'll have to file that publicly. We will also contact the rating agencies and make them aware of this transaction, and it will be a concern.
And maybe the bond counsel can share just usually how this impacts counties if such, an issue does pass. What are some of the ramifications of that?
This is Charles Carpenter, Carpenter Law, 386 Bill Street. Under the securities regulations that all of the issuers have to respond to, ongoing disclosure will require anytime there is a new incurrence of indebtedness, and particularly in the case where there seems to be some issue with cash flow. In the industry, we would call this a cash flow borrowing, so that the actual needs of the county will match the revenues that are coming in, and that is what this is called. So there will be a disclosure that would be filed throughout the finance industry. And as Director Schonbaum mentioned, the rating agencies will be notified. And it will be up to the rating agencies to continue their surveillance and their analysis to determine if any rating action would be warranted. And that could be anywhere from changing the outlook, say from a positive outlook to a negative outlook, or it could be an actual impact on the rating of the issuer based on the diligence and circumstances after their investigation.
I'll get back. Yes.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So after we did our TAN last year, I can't remember which of the rating agencies, but one of them did put us on a negative outlook. S&P, okay.
I'll get back in queue. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Chairman Avant. Just to quickly follow up on that, as you know, there's also an evaluation that's done by the state, by the Tennessee Comptroller on the fund balance itself. And if I recall, it's actually been a positive rating on the fund balance because they're looking at it as a whole. They're looking at it as as if you're at the end of the year. And of course, our challenge here is that the revenue comes in the middle of the year, and it's not as helpful to the beginning of the year. So to what extent are those state assessments a part of the outlook or the review by a ratings agency versus the action itself of the debt versus the state's approval or rating itself of the debt?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. If I understand your question correctly, so the state review is separate and apart from the rating agency review, and the rating agencies they conduct their own independent review and would not rely upon the state's review. And different agencies have different criteria for what they rate on. One of the things that they do look at is the county's overall cash position, not necessarily just the general fund cash position, which is what we are talking about today. And normally, a full review would be done when we go out for general obligation debt, for which funds are CIP. But as we make a filing, it could cause them to do an interim review. That would be the rating agency's discretion. the state's internal review is separate and apart from the rating agencies.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I have my answer.
Okay. Director Schombaum, do you anticipate that the county will be needing to go out for general obligation debt during the period of this TAN, the Series B?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I do not. I believe, we are constantly monitoring the balance of our prior issuance to, with respect to funds available to fund ongoing projects. And when we see that balance get to a certain level, we will work with our financial advisors and bond counsel to initiate a new offering. And I would expect that would be because we went out in late fiscal 2025. While we have historically gone out in the fall, this will likely push us into a spring offering or so.
Right, so it would be prudent probably that we would need to likely wait until the Series B is paid off to go out for general obligation debt. So it would be the back half of fiscal year 27.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other commissioners have questions on this item? Okay, Madam Chair?
And we anticipate paying this off, at what date?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director. We would start paying it off as early as December. We'll have it paid off. Property taxes are substantially collected by the end of February, so no later than March, with a requirement to pay it off by the end of the fiscal year. Depending on actual expenses, actual flow of revenue, we can't say precisely when we will be paying it off, but we will anticipate having it fully paid off by March.
And can you share if there are any projects that you think could impact? I know that you all say that you keep a close monitor on that, but it would be helpful for us, I think, especially going into the new administration, to have some idea of what those things could be that might need a partial issuance in the late.
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, that is based on the CIP budget, which you all recently passed. And so depending on the drawdown of existing projects and the initiation of new projects. So we'll be looking at cash flow of the projects and when we expect the cash to go out the door. But that's, in a separate fund, separate and apart from the general fund dollars.
So if that wouldn't come from you, who would it come from for us to have a more clear understanding of any of those CIP projects?
It was the CIP budget that was passed in the
Right.
FY26 budget. That's available. We
No,
can
I know
get
that, but I guess I'm asking, you're saying it's the flow of cash out for those projects, right? So who keeps up with that?
So that's under finance, and that is something we are working on. I don't have that data available for you today.
Chair Whaley, I think it would be helpful for us to have some, with our monthly financials, a close monitoring of that as well. So I think it'd just be something for us to put into place.
And we do present that quarterly, but we can start presenting it monthly if.
It would be a request.
Yeah, great. No, I would agree with that. And again, it's encouraging that we're catching up on the reporting, right? Because that's obviously quite critical for this, because you've modeled drawing the 25 in July. We are almost done with July. So, that if you just look at that math, we should have already done it, right? If you're saying the 25 is the gap that's needed to cover this month, then we're like a week away from the end of the month. So that's what I mean. We're trying to figure out where we're going to end 26. Our collection's going to come in above, hopefully our expenditures come in below, maybe. So the fund balance likely is going to be higher than what we projected in the forecast that we're using for this. But still, it's saying, the schedule says we draw the 25 in July, right? And we start in August drawing maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 million from the Series B. Is that right? I think so.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director. So the county's books are required by state law to be closed at the end of August. And so it is, regardless of the system conversion, in the normal course of business, we would not have the county's June books closed until the end of August. Like, we need every bit of that time, regardless of system change, to in order to accomplish that feat. And there are a lot of items that come at year end that make this particularly challenging. Like last year when we went out, we had already had the initial close. Obviously, we were still in audit, but we had the initial close of the county's books. And so we're able to have a better projection because we are still in that process. We still have, and I think you know that every year we come before you with items like, a review of the tort fund and the corrections fund and things like that. And those things are still in process. And so we've had to make some estimates to move this forward, but given the county's estimated cash balance at the end of the year and the cash requirements for July, which included the funding of the Regional 1 Health Indigent Care Program, that's a big hit at the early part of the fiscal year. We have things like pre-K, which now we've moved to quarterly, but will still be going out earlier in the year. So we are making the best conservative estimates of the county's cash flow with the data we currently have available. I would note I tried to be specifically conservative as I didn't want to come back and say this isn't enough. We need more.
Right. No. I commend you for that. I think it is conservative. And I think the plan around the phased-in draw here makes sense. Like, as we see where we're at is good because we don't want to pay more than we need to. And we would and this happened with the debt service TAN, like it was less than we needed to do. And then hopefully significantly less, right? And a lot of that depends on how collections come in, right? Are we over collecting? And then are we underspending? Because those two things can make a big difference on how much needs to be drawn down from this 100 million.
Correct. And as you recall, last year, property tax revenue was a little bit delayed. It obviously caught up fully, but the timing of those early months cash flow was delayed due to the timing of the bills being sent out. So, those little changes can impact this cash flow.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all so much for putting this together. Obviously, we'll do this again on Monday. But with that, I think we can take item 9 to a vote. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 5 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 9 will go down with a favorable recommendation. This will conclude Budget and Finance.
Thank you. And so we're down to committee number 4. I'd like to call to order law enforcement, corrections, and courts. We have number 1, an ordinance, first reading. Please read it into the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 10, Article 7, Sections 10-373, definitions, and 10-388, temporary housing of children, creating rules for seclusion and restorative practices in Youth Justice and Education Center, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. And item has been moved by myself. Can I get a second? And this item has been seconded by Commissioner Lowry. And we do have speakers. Please state your name and position for the record, and you may begin.
Good morning, Dana Wilson, Deputy Chief of Staff for Mayor Harris. To all of the commissioners, I just want to thank you for your hard work over these last few months of the budget season and for your dedicated service over the last 2 years. And thank you to Commissioner Sugarman for sponsoring this ordinance that strictly limits the use of seclusion and establishes restorative practices in the Youth Justice and Education Center. This ordinance reflects a great deal of effort to bring about positive change in the management and daily operations of the Youth Justice and Education Center. Under the leadership in coordination of Mayor Harris, Juvenile Court, the Department of Corrections, and community representation from the Community-Wide Juvenile Justice Consortium have worked in lockstep since October 2025, when the Department of Corrections took over management of the Youth Detention Center from the Sheriff's Office. There have been numerous improvements to the management and operations of the YJEC facility, and we have shared a handout from the YJEC Executive Director, Reese Walker, who's up here with me, that provides you more information about this transition. The mayor has also met and listened intently to the concerns of community advocates, including the Black Clergy Collaborative. Why are we bringing this ordinance to you now? Well, the detention center has been a deep pain point and a point of concern for our community for decades. And this ordinance ensures that the bar that we have set will never go down again. This ordinance establishes the foundation for Shelby County government that ensures that we collectively are committed to the well-being of our most vulnerable youth when they are in custody awaiting adjudication. When we house youth at the YJEC, it's not just about public safety. Detention of our children should always be rehabilitative and restorative. And this is a vital opportunity to support the journey of a young person who is struggling through what is likely one of the toughest moments of their life. Our commitment to providing youth with the least restrictive and most supportive environment possible is paramount to the well-being of each child and to the future of our community. So this ordinance is an opportunity for you to join in these efforts with the administration and the juvenile court to establish a very high bar for the care of youth in the Youth Justice and Education Center. And I thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, Commissioners. Anthony Alexander, Director for the Division of Corrections. We support this ordinance, the intent of this ordinance, and we have made significant changes since assuming the operations of October 1. I'm glad to have Mr. Walker here to present those changes. I believe there is a handout available for all of you to review. But again, we make significant changes in the operational standards for the Youth Justice and Education Center in reducing seclusion and definitely not using seclusion as a punishment.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Reese Walker, Executive Director for the Youth Justice and Education Center. We do have before you the PowerPoint. I don't want to labor your time, but in the PowerPoint, if you will turn over to page 4, you will see some of the improvements that we have made. One of the proudest improvements that we have introduced was the technology upgrades. We now have every youth at the facility now have the ability to utilize tablets. That tablet has a measure of things that they can do educationally wise, as well as video visitation, where they are able to visit their friends and loved ones who are approved through their tablet, as well as, if you'll turn to a couple more pages, you can see where we have some of the enhancements that we did. Was our in-person visitation. We have an opportunity for our residents to visit their loved ones 2 hours for 2 opportunities, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays for a 2-hour period. Also in the PowerPoint, I would like to bring to your attention is where we, like today's population is 59, because of how we improved the transportation from the youth center to 616, we're able to move that docket along swiftly, so we are proud of that. We did some more enhancements by creating professional visitation office spaces for them. You see those pictures there. One of the joys that the youth have been afforded the opportunity for outside recreation. They are able to go outside and have recreation, whereas our predecessors were not engaging in outside recreation. You see those pictures there. And some more things that we are proud about. During spring break, we brought in a youth group from Normal, Mustang, Alabama, the First Baptist brought, and they did a concert for our youth. And then on Juneteenth, we celebrated what we call a Taste of Freedom, where we highlighted 5 countries where the youth were able to go through the gym. We had the gym set up in the various cultural things, and they were able to enjoy that. And then you'll see on page 15 in your PowerPoint some of the damage to the facility that we inherited. And right now you're seeing on page 15 where some of the rooms were damaged to the point there were security breaches where they were able to move from room to room into another dormitory. If you were turned over, we're now in the just about completing phase 1 of the 4 phases of the constructions. If you notice that we added some different colors, and one of the accent colors of the wall is refreshing. That's in Charlie Dorm and Hotel. We're about to wrap that up, and we're just pleased with that. And if you notice, our core programs that we're offering, those are some enhancements that we did, as well as continuously, we had 2 health inspections, perfect score of 100 on both of those things. We're proud that we do our own in-house feeding. We don't have a vendor that does that. We do our own meal services, 4 meals that the residents receive. We're proud about that. Some more enhancements that we did for efficiency. We added door swipes where the employees are able to use their ID card to swipe in and out of the various doors throughout the facility, as well as ensuring that the residents are out in the day room enjoying the opportunity to engage with one another.
Thank you so much. And so we do have a card, and then I'll open up to my colleagues for questioning. We have a Rebecca Davis. Please state your name and zip code for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rebecca Davis, 396 Alexander Street, and I'm a community advocate and also the chair of the Countywide Juvenile Justice Consortium. And I'm here to support this ordinance. I think it's inherent that this memorializes what happened under the Sheriff's Department with the youth at detention never, ever happens again. So I think it's important to move this at this time. I've been working with the Mayor's Office and the Department of Corrections to include language that's important to our youth and families and community members. And further, the Countywide Juvenile Justice Consortium will be working with Department of Corrections and the Mayor's Office to promote transparency and accountability around this with a community monitoring agreement with the CJJC. But I do fully support this ordinance, and I think it's important that we memorialize this.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for coming out to speak in behalf of the ordinance. And I just have a few questions and comments. First, I'll start with the comments. When I first started back in 2022, I've been going out periodically, and I've seen the changes and also the frustrations of what you all inherited. And so when I went out there, you can correct me, I think it was like 100 young people that were detained, and you stated on record it's 59. And so I have questions. So what is that, in your opinion, your professional opinion, what does that do to? Anybody can answer that.
Reese Walker, Executive Director. Yes, Commissioner Sugarman, today's count is at 59. And like you said, the count was extremely high as we was making the transition because we instituted the transportation, getting those residents to and for to their delinquency hearings and their detention hearing. It has helped move that docket. And by the county commission investing in that capital improvement, it is making our facility a much better facility.
Thank you so much. And then one of the frustrations that I had as commissioner, I had reached out to TCAT, and they had some resources to provide with the youth. And at the time, I believe it was less than 10 individuals had tablet, and so they had to do their work with pen and paper, or pencil and paper, and that was very disconcerting. So I'm glad to see that they have tablets, and so that we'll be able to do various programming and things of that nature. So kudos to you all. Thank you so much. That means, as a teacher of 28 years, so much, because we've got to keep these young people involved in their education, and also with this changing with AI and things of that nature, they need to be abreast of trades that are coming in. I know my students that I teach in the classroom, a lot of them are not going to college, they're going to trade school, so thank you for that. And then I have a quick question, and then real quickly, you mentioned that you'll provide the meals in-house. Does that include allowing the young people to also participate in preparing their meals? And if so, are you also encourage them to create healthy meals?
So I'll chime in on that one, Commissioner. So not at this moment. Right now, we're a little bit over 6 months in, and so we first had to instill the operations. We had to make sure we had the right equipment on board. We had to renovate quite a few areas in the facility and then just get the youth adjusted to our culture of how we operate. And so what we're looking for in this next fiscal year is to bring about a culinary arts program like we have at the main campus, as well as a virtual mechanic program that we've got a partnership looking to bring that in for the youth as well. And so that's something in the future we plan to do, but right now we're preparing the meals.
Thank you. And any other commissioners like to speak? Okay, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Alexander, just one question here on page, well, the page is not numbered. I'm looking at your core programs. Under behavior modification classes, you have something called moral recognition therapy. Can you describe exactly what you all are doing there?
That's a cognitive-based program, moral recognition therapy program, which was developed at the Division of Corrections years ago. It's a 12-step program. It teaches children to make thoughtful, meaningful decisions, and it is a step-by-step program. If those decisions aren't met, they have to go back. And so it is something that's been very effective. It's used nationwide now. And so there's a juvenile version of it out, and that's what we've instilled at the Youth Justice and Education
Who teaches this?
We have counselors on board, and we have also volunteers that can come in and help with that program.
Are they culturally competent or culturally sensitive?
Absolutely.
Instructors?
Yes, ma'am, because
Okay.
we sent them back for training specifically for youth.
Okay. Black youth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. Okay, can we get a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Brooks, and Lowry. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you so much, and this item goes down with favor recommendation. We have an add-on, so parliamentarian, please read the item into the record.
Yes, ma'am, and I just wanted to note that this item did not complete a legal or finance review, nor did it come with.
We'll be moving to suspend the rules.
Yeah, I just want to say which rules we're suspending. So neither did it come with a summary sheet or routing sheet. So we would
Suspend all the rules.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, item 2 is an add-on item. Item 2 is a resolution requesting that the Shelby County Mayor bring forward a plan to accelerate funding for the replacement of juvenile court and offices immediately, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. And this item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. And we have some speakers. Please state your name and position for the record. Oh, excuse me. Okay, can we move to suspend the rules? Thank you. It's been suspended by myself and seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Without objection. Thank you, parliamentarian. Okay, we do have speakers. Please state your name and position for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lee Harris, Mayor of Shelby County. Pleased to be joining today with our juvenile court judge, and happy to make a few remarks at the appropriate time, but I'm happy to thank you for having us.
All right, and thank you. Judge Tarek Sugarman, Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court, 38105.
Okay, Mayor, would you like to speak?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to Commissioner Brooks for also being here, and Commissioner Lowry. I think that this is really the initiative of the juvenile court judge and his team. They can speak for themselves, but I think it's in relationship to the condition of the building. I know that many of us went on a tour of the building very recently, which was led by the juvenile court judge, and Commissioner Brooks was there, and Commissioner Sugarman, I believe you were also present. And we all saw what we saw. I'll let the juvenile court judge give a little bit more detail as we go through this conversation. But the resolution that's been put forward by Commissioner Brooks, I believe, is to ask that we prioritize the needs of the juvenile court and offices. And so if this is something that is agreeable to the commission, then the mayor's office would work with all the stakeholders, principally legal, finance, juvenile court, and other folks that have leadership roles and offices in that building to see what we can do immediately to put a plan in front of the county commission. I believe that is the goal of Commissioner Brooks. At this time, if it pleases you, Madam Chair, I'd like to defer to the juvenile court judge to talk about the background, or at least some of the details of what is going on at that facility.
Okay, thank you. And so before you speak, Judge Sugarman, I want to state for the record that when we toured the facility, you stated several times the sense of urgency. I do know that we pushed this item back from fiscal year 2027 to 28. And so I understand, I think also Clerk was with us, Janine Gordon, and I thought she was gonna be here today, maybe she can be here on Monday. But both of you all mentioned the sense of urgency. Can you also address that when you speak? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Judge Tarek Sugarman, Juvenile Court. Our current juvenile court building no longer meets the operational, safety, or functional needs of the organization. Persistent space limitations, failing infrastructure, and reoccurring environmental concerns are creating a significant risk for staff, the public, service delivery, legal compliance, and overall financial stability. The reason that it is so necessary at this point in time to move forward with replacement and not renovation is it is fiscally responsible to make this investment that prevents the compounding of costs, mitigates organizational risk, and ensures the facility can support both current and future needs. Costs inaction would result in escalating maintenance and emergency repairs, increasing structural vulnerabilities, heightened legal exposure, and potential compliance penalties, declining service quality, and diminished public experience. Now, we had an environmental test. We hired a contractor in June of this year, and that report indicated there are mold spores in the building. Some that were detected in most of the building are mold spores that are airborne allergens capable of producing mycotoxins. And this affects the young, the old, and the immune compromised. There's also still lead-based paints in the building that has not been remediated, and the remediation that was taking place in 2024 at the cost of $1 million, we still have the same issues persisting to this date. There's also airborne asbestos. Now, we've had a test of the air and drinking water, and those reports are coming back. The reports sampling has been taken, but the laboratory results will not be back until the end of the week. And we'll have a report probably next year. The conclusion is renovation is no longer an option. We need a replacement and a necessary strategic infrastructure investment to protect staff, serve the public effectively, meet regulatory obligations, and ensure a long-term organizational viability. And a question was asked in an administrative meeting. It was rhetorical, but they asked why, after the elevators were repaired, they broke down again. Why was there recurring leaks in the clerk's office? And my response was, it's 96 years old. Most things that old develop leaks. Most things that old are often full of toxins, and the skin is damaged. Its bones are brittle, and it's those that want to support a renovation don't understand that by doing system failures and putting this building on life support, it increases the cost to this county, and those medical bills will come due in the day. So we're asking for not a renovation, but a replacement of this building.
Thank you. Do I see any commissioners in the queue? Okay, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor Harris, Judge Turner. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I must be ill.
I'll extend grace in that comment.
Thank you. I need a lot of grace in that one. Oh, my God. Excuse me. No, what I wanted to say about that is I don't know what happened then. But, you know, we have a lot of issues before us. We do. And I know they're coming at us at the same time, all of them. But I did have an opportunity to go and go on this tour of juvenile court. And, of course, I'll just say, just full transparency, I used to work there. Hated it then and hated it now. Well, no, I don't hate it now. Probably need to turn this mic off. But no, there are some serious issues over there, and I'm really concerned, Judge Sugarman, when I went through the clerk's office and I saw where all of those, the hole in the ceiling, it had been tarped off, but you could see where there was some tape, which was not a good way to keep the water from coming. Over legal files, children's legal files. And I'm saying that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Because how those legal files are handwritten. Those are files, paper files. And if there are lawyers who need to pull these records for some reason, or any other entity that may need those records, and they can't read them, I'm not a lawyer, but I would suspect we'd be in trouble. So it's, you know, it's really apparent that it's time for us to move up, replacing this facility. It was there before I was born, and I'm 77. It was there then. I think it was there in the 1930s. So some of the issues that you mentioned was just kind of top level. There's some other, you know, really underpinning structural issues that, I mean, I don't believe we can wait on. And I hope my colleagues will, you know, if you haven't taken the tour, you may not have the stomach for it, because some of it is pretty bad. But even with that, take some of the tour so you'll have firsthand knowledge of what we're trying to describe here, considering the fact that we have babies over there, and we have babies in mold. We have babies around lead-based paint. And so we definitely do not want to put ourselves in a position where we're facing some legal issues. And we definitely do not want to put ourselves in a position where we have babies, you know, who have some serious issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry.
And let me just say in closing, I want to thank Mayor Harris for stepping up, realizing how important and vital it is. He took the tour. I want to thank those commissioners that also came down and took the tour. I know it was on short notice, but those that are and have not seen this building are interested in coming down. We're still open to that. And the final thing I'll note is that we had the elevator was shut down when you all made the tour. It was under repair at that time. It was repaired, and then we continued to have problems with it, so it shut down again. So that's an ADA problem, that's a public problem, and that is a county issue that we have to address. This building needs to be replaced.
Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Judge and Mayor, for bringing the conversation to the body. Unfortunately, I know this is how government works sometimes. We wait till things are to the life end of its use, and then we have issues all around. So my question is, and I understand what you're saying, we need a new facility. Is that coming from the recommendation of a facilities management? Is that coming from recommendation of a health department? I'd like to understand basically how we go about looking at the lifeblood of our buildings, and even where does that recommendation come from besides just the sitting elected official?
Well, I'll start if it's okay, and just make sure that we all have, kind of level set here. So we know that the facility, and have known for some time that the facility is in deep need of some level of substantial investment. That was true when I started 8 years ago. And remember, when I started 8 years ago, the youth were also in detention on the same campus. And so the campus was inadequate for those purposes, or even the judicial purposes or the office complex. That was true 8 years ago. And there was substantial debate and consultant resources devoted to making sure that was an adequate description of the campus. And so nothing has changed over the course of those 8 years, other than we have figured out a solution for the youth and moved the youth off of the campus, and now they're at another facility that's much more appropriate. But the offices and the judicial function is still in that same campus, and it's in dire need of substantial county investment. So the county and our administration has always had about $92 million or maybe more, certainly more spent, if you count all the years, for the substantial investment. But that $92 million has been said already, has frequently been pushed out year after year. And so the idea here is to say, maybe we shouldn't push this out any longer. And number one, we should accelerate, do everything we can right now budgetarily to put this project at the top of the line. All right, that's new, right? That's new. We already had a plan for about $92 million or more to spend. And one new point, which we're talking about here today, is push this up as fast as possible. The second point is, let's make sure if we push this up, that we're only talking about a new building. Right, a complete replacement of what's on that campus right now, instead of options to include renovation of what's there. So move up the funding that's already in the budget to get this project started as soon as possible, and let's stop talking about renovation and let's start talking about replacement. That's what's on the table today. But of course, doing these things is a heavy load, right? Well, I don't have a lot of time left, and it takes the active input and collaboration of many people. I talked about legal, finance, juvenile court, other stakeholders in the building, where we got to bring all those folks together, and it just takes a lot of work. And so what we're here today to say is that the will of this commission? Does the commission want us to do this? Does the commission want us to prioritize this project and see if we can bring forward a plan with the time left, and maybe spreading into the next term, if that's the will of this body and those that remain, to make this project a priority, do it as fast as possible in terms of the funding side of it, and make this project all about new construction, a new building, a new facility on that campus. And I defer to the judge for further comments.
And I think after an analysis is done, replacing the building would be more fruitful for the community in terms of the dollars spent and the gain that they'll have from a new structure that will not have these existing systemic problems. Every time we go back into that building, there's some system that has failed, be it the elevator, be it the roof, be it the foundation, some of the cracks in the walls. In one of the offices exposed that, and the lead paint. We don't know that that's been fully remediated. In fact, the report indicates that it is not. And the risk that it puts the community in when they come into that building. We have children that come there, elderly that come there, and persons who have their immune systems compromised. And the environmental reports bear that out. And I can't speak to what the health department would say. At the time we had the initial assessment, Dr. Taylor was then the health director. And in conversations with her, she was still very concerned about the building, even though the remediations had been completed. And it's shown out that these conditions still persist. They will continue to persist, and they will continue to expose this county to risk, and our citizens, their tax dollars at risk. So I think that now is a prudent time to take this action and not do a renovation, but a replacement.
And I appreciate all of that. And not say I don't disagree with you, but my question though, the suggestion on renovation versus new construction, what source is that coming from? Is that coming from the facilities management? Is that coming from the health department? I hear all the things you're saying. I'm getting to point to what expertise has that come from, other than you know the law, but what expertise does that come from the building standpoint that this is the measure we need to take instead of one or the other? That's all I'm asking.
And I've asked those questions to those same bodies. I've not gotten the answers that are necessary. When I asked about the environmental report that was done by Tioga after the remediation was taken care of in 2024, I was not given a copy of that report. So I'm saying that we each have our own access to information, and that information oftentimes doesn't come directly from the sources you're asking for. I don't have those answers, but those answers are out there, but they're not in my domain.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Just to my colleague through the chair, I guess I need to know if, because my intent, along with, and I think I'm aligned with Judge Sugarman and Mayor Harris, is our intent is to empower the mayor to come up with a plan for immediate replacement of this facility. So I don't know if that would require us to have those kinds of reports, that if I'm understanding you correctly, right now, to start a plan, even though we've had some reports from prior repairs, 24, and I'm not sure however else, many repairs they've had. But maybe I need to understand whether or not you're talking about a report that will cover a replacement, will show a need for replacement, or you want to see those intermediary reports that have taken place over those repairs that have been done. I'm just trying to understand.
Commissioner Lowry?
Madam Chair, I just simply want to understand where the recommendation is coming from and what expertise has been around it. Just like for any other building, if we say we need to build a new X, who has made that determination, what expertise was been put in there, no matter what building it may be in our county. I'm not saying I disagree with any of the things that the judge is saying about the conditions and applaud all the motions that have been made. But when we talk about building anything new, there should be some expertise that says this is why you should do it, facility management, health department, or otherwise, because we're responsible for multiple buildings within the county. So that's all. That's my only question.
Okay. Did someone want to say something before I say something? Okay.
I would just say to the commissioner and to other members that we'll be happy to bring Director Norval to the meeting on Monday to give some background of the various investigations that have been made over the course of the years and so forth. I think in terms of the decision of substantial investment or replacement, I think it's like every other decision. That's really at the will of you all, right? If there is a preference among the Board of Commissioners for preservation of the building and substantial investment in preserving the building, for historical purposes or so forth, I think that's just fully at the discretion of the commission. I think in terms of replacement of the building, I believe in replacement because I've been convinced by the juvenile court judge and other users that are there after taking the tour, which is tough to stomach, but I was able to make it through the tour. So I became convinced that replacement is in order. But we will bring Norval, and Norval can talk about the background because this has been going on for the entirety of my term.
And let me just add one other thing in terms of replacement or renovation.
Please state your name, position.
I'm sorry, Judge Tarek, Sugarman, Juvenile Court Judge, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee. The costs that have been estimated to this point do not include moving staff out of the building and have services out of the building. They would expect us to be in the building while these emergency renovations take place. Now, that exposes the public and our staff to risk remaining in that building while renovations are taking place. It also did not consider the cost of us moving to a temporary setting. So that would increase the cost of a renovation. So I'm just putting those out there. Those are the questions this commission is going to have to ask and address.
Commissioner Brooks, are you in the queue for a third time? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Marquita Evans, Deputy CAO for Juvenile Court. I just wanted to we do have an actual consultant that is doing that has completed an environmental assessment, and we're awaiting what Judge Sugarman mentioned earlier were preliminary reports. But from those preliminary reports, there are areas of deep concern which brought about the need for the replacement. And this does include, once we're talking about busting into walls, what that's going to look like. There's areas within this building where there is water intrusion and mold that is growing. My office is one. I've been displaced now for about 2.5, maybe 3 weeks, where there was black mold growing on my walls. And that is reflected in this report that we received, where that's mycotoxins that is harmful to humans. And so I don't know what my health condition is, right? And so we're talking about young people. We service babies anywhere from 0 to 17. We have the detained youth that come over for court. We have elderly. We have immune-compromised citizens as well as employees. And so we're thankful that we're here today to bring this for an acceleration. I've been with the court for 12 years. I don't know what that means, my exposure level. I have no clue. And so I think at this point in time, we're humbly requesting for a replacement.
Okay, you have a question,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Brooks?
I want to ask, now what report are you referring to?
So that is the report with our independent consultant firm. So we hired them to come in and do a complete sampling for mold, airborne, asbestos, lead, as well as drinking water.
Okay.
And so from that report, they were able to give us a brief summary on yesterday that there is the elevated and amplified airborne mold spores where we spoke about the mycotoxins. There is asbestos fibers. We're awaiting the TEM samples to come back that identifies exactly what those fibers are, if they're actually asbestos fibers that are matriculating in the air that we're breathing in. Right. The lead-based paint, they have identified that it is present within the original building and the Northwest additions. And so from that, I know, those chips.
So let me ask you, what's housed in the Northwest and the original building?
I don't have those notes with me right now, but I do believe the original building is where my office is located.
Okay.
And then the Northwest building addition, I believe that it's components of the detention facility, but I don't have those notes, and we can supply that information Monday.
So, right, could send that to all commissioners?
Absolutely.
That would be great. And maybe you could leave a copy if you had a copy with Commissioner Lowry today. And I'm just going to be real brief and say I can appreciate my colleagues' request for a report. We always want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row, T's crossed, I's dotted, and I's dotted. When you start talking about children and children being in danger, I get real upset. I get emotional, and my thought pattern just kind of goes, weary. Taking the tour, having worked there, knowing what I experienced there from 77 to 87, 76 to 87, I can understand how some of this neglect and the need for improvement, but when you start talking about lead-based paint, any amount of lead is dangerous, is toxic, and children should not be around it, and respectfully, I don't need a report if there are airborne, all kinds of airborne pollutants around children, anything that's endangering the lives of children, then I don't need a report to move. I don't need a report to accelerate moving. I need to know that that's happening, and I'm ready to move now, and I hope my colleagues would be willing to do that as well. We certainly, not that I'm, just ready to go to court, but we certainly do not want to endanger our children, and we do not want to put our county at risk of any legal action.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope the Commission, everyone here understands questioning is just questions. These are large investments we have to make. I'm not asking for a report. I asked who the expertise was in making the suggestion. That's it. I understand there's obviously needs for this building and all others as well. And we don't want any county employees living and working in any conditions. I hope that there's something already placed in remedy for your office now, for what you have to do. So whatever that is that we may not be aware of. But before Regional 1, jail, any other building comes and says we need something new, we should have expertise that's told us besides the people who are elected, which are us, which we're not experts at. That's it. I'm going to ask for a report. I want to understand who the expertise behind the suggestion. That is it. And we got to do what's best for all of our employees, as well as all of our children and everything else. We stand united in that. Just questioning is what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And so you mentioned 2 reports. You said you had one already, and then one's going to be expecting one on Friday. Is that correct? Or is this the same one you're talking about? Is it 1 report or 2 reports?
Marquita Evans, Deputy CAO, Juvenile Court. So it's 1 report. However, the preliminary summary came yesterday. So the full report with all the testing is expected to come by next week.
Okay. And can you send the reports to all the commissioners?
Absolutely.
And then also, Mayor, can you have Director Norville to be present on Monday? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Commissioner Brooks, is there 4th time? Can we suspend the rules? Second.
Okay, just real quick, I wanted to get the names of the individuals so that Commissioner Lowry would have those, because he asked about the expertise, and whomever did the report has the expertise, so we need to share the name.
Marquita Evans, Deputy CAO, Juvenile Court. It is Fisher and Arnold, and they're an environmentalist company.
Okay, so that's where the expertise is, Commissioner Lowry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so before we take this item down for a vote, Commissioner Lowry, did you have another comment? Oh, okay, okay, all righty. And so for the record, I want to say that Juvenile Court Judge Tarek Sugarman is my brother. However, the legal attorney stated that I can vote because there is no conflict of interest, and I will be voting today as well as on Monday. And so can we take this item down for a vote? Thank you. Can we have a tally? Chair, were you voting? Can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 4 aye votes.
Okay, this item goes down the favor recommendation. And do we have any other add-ons? Okay, and this concludes my committee, law enforcement.
Thank you all.
Okay, let's open up committee number 6, education. And we have an ordinance. Parliamentary, can you read item number 1 into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis amending ordinance number 573 adopted April 14th, 2025 in furtherance of a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten for all, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. And we do have a speaker. Please state your name and position for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Hannah McCarthy, Community Outreach and Nonprofit Specialist, Shelby County Government. As you know, Commissioners, this item is an administrative amendment to the Universal Pre-K Ordinance. It bears repeating again that this item does not change the contract that is associated with the ordinance. Its purpose is simply to update the language for clarity and consistency. Thank you for your consideration and for sponsoring this item, Commissioner Sugarman, and helping to ensure that this ordinance is clear and concise going forward.
Thank you. Seeing no commissioners in the queue. Okay, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. What is the clarification? I apologize that I didn't have an opportunity to find it before committee meeting, but can you help me with that? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Brooks. Hannah McCarthy, Shelby County Government. There are two parts of this ordinance that are being changed. One of those is to remove the direct name of the vendor from the ordinance, and the other is to add language about funding, which is just standard language for ordinances.
Okay. Oh, I remember now. So the fiscal agent is First State, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much is the administrative fee?
Hannah McCarthy, Shelby County Government. I do not know. That would be part of the contract, so I'm going to defer to legal on that.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I believe it's 7% of the total allocation. I'll pull that exact figure and get it to you.
Is that specific to this contract or is that in general?
Specific to this contract.
Okay, 7% of.
The total allocation, but
Okay.
the contract is not affected by this ordinance.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I'm still trying to see, all of this helps me to inform my vote.
Yes, ma'am.
One more question. I know that there are several other programs that, in this whole first aid fiscal administrative process, are they receiving more than one administrative fee?
Hannah McCarthy, Shelby County Government. When you say more than one fee, do you mean fees from
different
separate entities?
aspects of the pre-K, because they have different programs under pre-K. They have some programs that deal with parents, some that deal with different kinds of things. I wish I had my information in front of me, but I'm just wondering if they get an administrative fee for each program that they administer.
Again, that would be something that is more related to the contract,
Okay.
so I don't want to speak on that. I would
All
defer to
right.
legal.
Okay, I'll look it up. Thank you, ma'am. If legal could help me, I'd appreciate it, but if not, I'll Google it.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. For clarity, First Aid and the pre-K program, they only receive one administrative fee from this government. So our contract only covers one fee.
Just follow up, ma'am. So it's possible that they could receive an administrative fee from any federally funded programs.
To the extent that they have other contracts, that remains a possibility. But
Okay.
Shelby County has one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. let's take this item down for a vote.
Madam Chair, if I could, just for the record,
Yes.
I just want to state that I am not anti-pre-K. I support pre-K. I definitely support pre-K. And I have a number of small daycare centers in my district, and I'm, in touch with my community. And I hear, from my daycare center owners. So some of the questions that I ask inform my vote and then help me to be able to go back and try to answer questions for them. But I am supportive of pre-K all the way, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am as well, as an educator, in support of pre-K, but this ordinance deals with the fiscal agent. And so let's take this item down for vote. And can I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you, and this item goes down with favor recommendation. And this concludes Committee Number 6, Education.
And we will now convene Committee Number 10, General Government. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. On the agenda, it states that the status of mental health facility and centralization of the Grants Department by Dabney Ring, Deputy Administrator of the Grants Management Office. I was informed that the portion on status of mental health facility will not take place today, but the discussion will be on centralization of the Grants Department.
Okay, question for the parliamentarian. Since the discussion item says status of mental health facility, and central, okay. All right then, well, thank you so much. If you'll identify yourself, just give us your name and a zip code.
Right. Dabney Ring, 38114.
Patricia Melton, 38134.
Oh, I guess we need to get this properly before us. It's been moved by myself and second by, we don't have to do that. Okay, thank you so much. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. My name is Dabney Ring, and I'm the Deputy Administrator of the Grants Management Office. We have a presentation that's coming. I feel like we need Jeopardy music. We could, you know. I emailed it to the office last week. But I can go on if, okay.
Please,
First,
go
I want to
ahead.
mention the Grants Management Office team. Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Dorcas Young Griffin and Tiffany Day are both traveling today, so they couldn't be with us. And then Patricia Melton, who is here. We're excited to give a quick update on our progress. The scope of the Shelby County Grants Management Office is for now the process and procedures of grants coming into the county from federal, state, local, and private grantors. The portfolio is around $200 million with over 100 grants. When Chief Young Griffin presented the commission with the idea of a pilot program for a centralized grants management office. She mentioned several activities for the future grants office, including review of regulations, policies and procedures that impact grants, creating a process map, and developing a grants operation handbook. At our presentation last year, we showed you the process map that we had done, and we are now in the final stages of a grants management handbook, which we are very excited about. As a team, we had 3 goals: building relationships by bridging people and processes, funneling information to the division grant staff by being the main point of communication when possible, and standardizing the process where it made sense. Next slide. And Patricia Melton is going to handle this portion.
Patricia Melton, Grants Management Office. With the 3 entities that we were working in the direction of for the Grants Management Office, we want to pay close attention to some of the improved fiscal compliance and stewardships and the things that we've done with collaboration through our quarterly office hours. With our office hours, that was really an opportunity for any of the divisions to get with anybody in Shelby County government to iron out any considerations and concerns that they may have had about the managing of the grant. That process had not been in place, and that has proven very fruitful because we were able to bring in other divisions to help get a clear understanding of things. One of the other things that we targeted to do was to make sure that every division had a monthly meeting with someone from the grants management team. That has been fruitful in pulling people together, and it wasn't, what we learned is that every division does not have a grants management person, but they have a grants management team that consists of an accountant or just someone doing the programmatic pieces. So that has been very helpful for them to have a go-to spot, which was the Grants Management Office. One of our other focuses that we're really proud of was that we were able to not just operate in the bubble of Shelby County government, but we were also very much a part of the Mid-South Development District Regional Grants Writers membership. We are part of that, and it's a group of nonprofits, universities that come together on a quarterly basis where we meet and we discuss anything that is grant related.
Well, good. I'll let you finish.
Okay.
Okay. As you can imagine, with a decentralized grants program, process and standards were all over the place. Staff training sometimes consisted of a here's how we do this approach, which makes sense. But with OneConnect coming on board, we had the opportunity to streamline some processes. One of the components of OneConnect is the PPM system, which stands for Project Portfolio Management, and that's where your grants and your CIP processes are housed. So with that coming on board, we participated in the training and onboarding of grant staff with OneConnect so that we could understand it, and we also served as subject matter experts during the process where we could. We also took on the fund number assignments so that every grant who got a fund number came through our office so that we could help the finance group out with that process. And we also are administrators for kind of federal grant sites like sam.gov and Just Grants, where we can add new members, we can assign members to specific roles on a grant, and we're taking care of that process. Next slide. This is just kind of a brief snapshot of the life cycle of the grants office. We started with Chief Young Griffin's resolution in October of 2024, and we're going to wrap up, do the ARPA funding in September or October of this year, so it's about a 2-year cycle. And then this is just what the grants office was imagined when she fully, did her presentation of having it as a one-stop shop where you would have someone from legal, someone from finance, someone from budget connected to our office where they could run grants through before they got into the resolution process. That's it. So thank you, and we'll take any questions that you might have.
I did have two questions. First question is, since you do you interface with the public?
No, ma'am.
Just commissioners?
Just commissioners.
Okay.
And internal,
Administrators and directors?
Yes.
Okay. So how does this help my constituents? Bottom line, in one sentence, how does this help my constituents?
by working on the process and compliance of grants, we're making sure that Shelby County is a good steward of the money coming into the government and helping your constituents.
So could you prepare a list of grants that we've received since the inception of your agency?
We don't bring in grants. We help grants that are already coming into the county, for example, LIHEAP or weatherization programs that are already coming in. We're just helping with the flow of grants that are already coming in from federal, state.
So when you say help with the flow of grant, what does that, help me to understand that better so I can explain to my constituents.
Let Patricia Melton, Grants Management Office, let me try to explain that. Prior to the inception of the Grants Management Office, Shelby County government had in excess of $200 million in grants, and they were housed all over Shelby County government. There was no listing of what was where, what had expired, new grants coming on board. So the Grants Management Office has served as a clearinghouse for all of the grants that have anything to do with Shelby County government, whether they're philanthropic, whether they're state, whether they're federal, whether they're whatever. Now we have some place for those grants to be housed, and we are the clearinghouse for that. So anything that's grant related, this office knows about it, and prior to the inception, October 24, that did not exist. So that has been the main thing that we've done, working inside of Shelby County government, so your constituents would really get the benefits of grants. We found grants that had expired that had to be removed because there was no funding there. So it was really a hunt and peck and search, but because of the 2-year venture that we've been on, we've been able to centralize all of those things.
Okay, last question here. I see where you, under internal impacts, it said that you assisted the commission's legislative committee with a submission of 4 grants to Congressman Cohen's community enhancement grant process. So tell me, what was the outcome of that, and what did that process look like? I didn't know he had a community enhancement grant process.
Yes, Congressman Cohen, since he's been in office and since it's been available, it's a federal program, so it's dependent on the availability through federal funds, has had what is called a community enhancement grant program. And items have been submitted every year. And what we did this year, while I was in D.C. at the National Association of Counties meeting, I met with Commissioner Morrison and Commissioner Caswell and the federal lobbyist, and we had about a 2-week period of time to get programs ready for submission. And so we helped the commissioners find the information from programs that had already been submitted but hadn't won funding in the previous round to get ready for this round. And we submitted a total of 4. 2 of them, one of them was the Claiborne Temple project was submitted. One was an affordable housing project with United Housing. And then 2 of them were internal, one for the Youth Family Resource Center and one for the Shelby County Mental Health Safety and Justice Center. We were asking for $500,000 for each of those projects, internal Shelby County projects. And Congressman Cohen's office combined them into one project, and so we asked for $1 million for one project for those. And as of right now, the last update I got from Congressman Cohen's office, all of those projects were still moving through the appropriations process. They have to pass the appropriations committee, but they're still in the budget right now, and so they're still moving, but it'll be on the federal process of when it gets
Okay,
completed.
so this is actually not Congressman Cohen's community enhancement grant process. This is an allocation from the Budget Committee in the U.S. House. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, and so you mentioned several programs. So how many programs altogether? And of the $1 million, how much would the allocations be for each one once we receive it?
Since it's still working through the project, what we did was the $1 million was just for the two projects, the Youth Family Resource Center and the Mental Health Safety and Justice Center. Right now, that has been reduced to $772,000 in the federal process. So that would put them both at like $336 instead of the $500,000 they originally requested.
Okay, and so what about affordable housing? Because that's a huge concern here.
$500,000 goes to that project right now still.
Okay.
And then $250,000 for the Claiborne Temple. So it's a total of $1.75 million for four projects.
Thank you so much for that. And then I have a couple more questions. So you talked about we have over 100 grants and was 200 million? Is that correct?
A little over 200 million.
Okay, and so my question then becomes, since we have a grants management office, have you seen an increase in the grants that we've been able to receive, number one? And then since the federal government, after the midterm elections, they're cutting a lot of the federal grants. And so I would like to know, as well as state, the impact. I know you don't have a crystal ball like that, but number one, so going backwards, have you seen an increase? And then going forward, what things are we going to try to put in place to fill those gaps? I know a lot of people want the local government, but the local government, as you heard before, we are not even able to cover our budget, our current budget, because of cash flow issues.
Dabney Ring, Grants Management Office. Those two things in my head are kind of combined. Right as we started our process, a lot of the grants were cut or frozen immediately. There were some lawsuits that happened to get the funding restored. So I wouldn't say there has been a large increase because that did take away some of the grant funding. But I also know that a lot of the money that was originally cut has been restored. So I would say we're not in a position where we were like where we could have been if the funding hadn't been restored. But as far as specific answers, I'd like to get you an answer to the whole commission after this, if that's okay.
And then the Grants Management Office, okay, so since we've have kind of centralized some of these things, what's the impact as far as having this management centralized? Or do you think that we should go back to decentralization? That's the first question. And then you mentioned something about training for grants. And so I have a CCFO status from CTAS, and they require that I receive 18 hours of financial training. And if this is something that, I could do as a commissioner, because I have to get 18 hours. And then if so, would that, maybe I could talk to you off record about that. Okay.
If we don't mind, if we could talk.
But I also want you to address the impact, as far as centralized versus decentralized, what's the impact? Have you seen some advantages or, those kinds of things?
Well, the first big advantage that I've seen in this is that at our most recent audit, I was able to help the auditors get the information that they needed for their external audit, and there weren't any findings in the grants section. And so that would be the first thing I noticed. But Patricia, did you want to add something?
Yes, Patricia Melton, Grants Management Office. Part of what I've seen, and I work directly with some of the divisions and their group who are managing grants, is that they have a go-to person to understand everything, all grants, because there have been processes that no one knew anything about, and they did not know how to do what needed to be done. They would get for lack of a better word, different demerits from maybe finance or budgeting because things weren't being done. Grants were being expired, and at one point we had to look at what was really a revenue coming in versus a grant just to divide those things because there was no real understanding of that. There were quite a few COVID grants that were still left on their spreadsheets that just didn't exist anymore for all of the division. So it was a big cleanup as well. And the impact that it had on the divisions was that it was less work for them to try to track down the status of a grant because the grant may have gone away or just didn't exist. So it's been really good for them to have a designated go-to person to get some things done.
Okay. Well, seeing no other members in the queue.
There's someone who would like to speak.
Director Tipton.
Thank you. Good morning. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I just wanted to add a little bit more about the grants process, the way it has been. The grants office was actually it was decided to send that out to all of the departments that had the grants. And so they were supposed to be the ones that were ensuring that compliance was in place as far as any grants that were received. And then that financial accounting of the grant was then sent down to central finance, where we recorded all of their activity and where the auditors would speak to us as far as the CFA, which is the annual report that they prepare for all federal grants. But the offices were to be equipped enough to understand what compliance needs were required of the grant, what they needed to do to make sure that it was done correctly. And I can commend these two young ladies for coming in because they were able to, they had the time, whereas the finance people were actually just finance. They had the time to go out to the departments and work with them and ensure that they were in compliance. So it has been a huge cleanup and a big help to the county that they talked to the departments and were able to get all of our grants in order. So going forward, we're trying to establish a permanent grants office where we will have someone that can ensure that compliance is being taken care of, as well as the accounting, and that the people that are in the field that are utilizing the grants are doing the things that they're supposed to do. Now, fortunately and unfortunately, that comes with staffing, so which means budget. So we all know the challenges that we had during budget season in establishing different offices and taking care of grants that were actually went away, and we had to ensure that those services were still in place. So we don't quite have all of the staffing needs addressed yet for a grants office, but we are working on that.
All right, seeing no other members in the queue, let's take this item to a vote.
It's a discussion.
Oh. Thank you, ladies. Did you
Thank
have
you so
something
much.
else you want to add?
I do have one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a little bit of history, and it doesn't go as far back as Judge Turner. But it does.
Don't do that.
No, because
I don't know. I went out of body.
Because it's about you, Commissioner Brooks. So that's
my
what, and
goodness.
you were this is a good thing.
Oh, okay.
I started with Shelby County Government in 2011, and I was the grants manager for Shelby County Government. And I was fortunate enough to bring in about a $1.5 million grant my first year. It came before the county commissioners. And of course, like I said, I worked for Shelby County Division of Corrections. The resolution was to approve the grant. And there was one of the county commissioners who said, why should we approve $1.5 million for you when the school system needs it? My response was the school system was not eligible for the grant. Your response was, look, they gonna get out. You need to decide how you want them to come to your neighborhood because they coming. I'll always remember that, and I didn't say thank you that day because I was laughing. I've jailed a little bit over that time, so thank you
Well, you're
for
welcome.
that. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the grace. I should have told Judge Sugarman. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
For your discussion item. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and/or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, that item has been moved by myself and second by Commissioner Sugarman. Okay. Let me get a report. Commissioner, it didn't register, but she did second it. Can we get a report from the attorney's office? Can you do that?
Lisa, overall County Attorney's Office. The item has been reviewed and there were no conflicts noted. And I believe there should be a memo as well in the
All right, thank
system.
you. Seeing no members in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. Madam Clerk, may we have a tattler, please?
We have an aye vote from Commissioner Brooks. We have one aye vote.
This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Parliamentarian, next item.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Vicki Williams Cox, Stanley Lipford, and Michael Working for appointment to the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. Well, I moved it. I guess I can second it. Can't do that. Let me just say this on the record. I apologize to our presenter and our guests who are here today, that we have members who are not sitting in their seats that may be in the building. So it's no reflection on you, it's on them. So you're recognized. Go. You recognize Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I am here to present the mayor's nomination of Vicki Williams Cox, Stanley Lipford, and Michael Working for appointment to the Citizen Law Enforcement Review Committee. The clerk serves as an independent citizen oversight body that reviews allegations of misconduct involving the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, promotes transparency and accountability, and provides recommendations that strengthens public trust between law enforcement and the community. Michael Working is a respected Memphis attorney with more than 2 decades of legal experience, managing partner of the Working Law Firm, and he has dedicated his career to criminal defense. Vicki Williams Cox is an accomplished healthcare executive with over 20 years of leadership in behavioral health, public health, and nonprofit management. And Stanley B. Lipford brings more than 40 years of distinguished service in criminal justice, corrections, behavioral health, and public safety. Collectively, these nominees continue to satisfy the qualifications established under the Shelby County Ordinance by bringing expertise in law, public safety, healthcare, and community service while demonstrating the fairness, integrity, and commitment to public service required by every Citizen Law Enforcement Review Committee member. At this time, I would like to present Michael Working to the Commission to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Working, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm Michael Working. If I'm answering questions, I'll be quiet and wait for the questions. If you'd like me to
If
talk.
you have something to say, that's fine. I don't have any questions. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so thank you for volunteering your services. I know this is a reappointment, and so we're finally getting the ball rolling as far as the Clerk Civilian Law Enforcement Review Committee. And then I just want to mention to Massey, what is your title again?
Corey Massey, Special Assistant.
Okay, thank you. And so if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and start getting together. I know they have to take some type of class through the Sheriff's Department. Can you go ahead and line that up immediately? And also offer it to the commissioner. I believe the next class is what, in September? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So can you go ahead and line it up? I know there may be some new commissioners that might want to attend, but you can go ahead and set it up so we can move at a faster pace, because people are asking what's going on at 2 Poplar. You know, can we have somebody investigate? This is an opportunity for us to answer those questions, as well as what's going outside. We have all these different task force going on, and they're asking about investigations, those as well. So the sooner that we get started, it's much appreciated. Thank you. And thank you again, working.
All right, seeing no members in the queue, we'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Madam Parliamentarian, item number 5, please. Oh, 4, I'm sorry, item number 4.
Yes, ma'am. Item 4 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, the Shelby County Evidence-Based Election Governance Act to promote evidence-based election record preservation, provenance, and auditability, and to encourage best practices for transparent election record management consistent with state and federal law. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman, this item does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved. Second. Okay, let's get it properly before us. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by myself. You want to make that motion again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can hear this.
Second.
And it was because as far as the attorney is concerned, I have an attorney outside of Shelby County who's reviewing, and they're going to sign off on it and bring it forth as a substitute on Monday. So I will make a motion now to move this down without recommendation.
Okay, so what is this now?
It's evidence-based as far as the Election Commission is concerned. And so, as you know, there's been a lot of issues going on with the election so far, you know, such as, for example, the issue with the ballots being sent out to, and the ballot not being correct with it, so on and forth. So this is a chain of command, a chain of custody, rather, deals with that issue. And so again, there are attorneys who are going to sign off on it, and we're going to bring it as a substitute on Monday.
Okay, so I understand that, but I see it as incompetence, which is characteristic of county government. So how is this going to fix that?
Because this will require that they follow the chain of custody, and also other documentation as stated in the resolution.
So they're not
Correct.
following their chain of custody?
We have nothing in place. And so again, this will require that they, follow the chain of custody and other recommendations from election experts who made these recommendations.
And, and this is something to consider, and I'm just thinking about that because it just rings so loud all over Shelby County. Maybe you should put something in there that would require the administrator there would be consequences for the administrator of elections if they fail to do X, Y, Z.
That would be beyond what we can do as commissioners.
Okay.
And so again, I do have outside attorneys who are looking at this and who are going to sign off on this, and I'll be bringing it as a substitute.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right.
Chair Brooks, I just wanted to state on the record, so that was a motion to suspend the rules by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Brooks. Was that done without objection?
I didn't say it, I will say it now. Do I need to go back and say it? Okay, I'll say that. Can we do that without objection? So moved.
There was another motion?
Yes, there's a motion to send this down without recommendation.
Can we do that without objection? I'll second it. And then can we do it without objection? So moved. Okay. All right, now we're on number 5, finally. Madam Clerk, please.
Item 5 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2, to add a new Section 2-191, Financial Reports, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
You want to hear it? That's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman.
It's not on the screen.
Oh.
I'm making notes.
Okay, it is there. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by myself. Madam Clerk, parliamentarian, she's already read it. So I'll refer to the sponsor.
Thank you. And so this is an ordinance to make sure that when we have our budget hearing meetings and things of that nature, and someone mentioned it also, I think it was the chair, had mentioned about having reports monthly as opposed to quarterly. And so this addresses those issues, as well as when we have budget season, that we have the details. Again, this year, we did not have the details for 2027 budget. And so as a body that has approved the budget, these are kinds of things that we need in order to make a informed decision. And so this addresses that. Having said, this is the first reading, so I'll make a motion to send this down without recommendation, and we can further discuss this, the second or third reading.
Okay, I will second it, and can we do that without objection?
Okay.
So moved. Is there something we need to do, Madam Parliamentarian? Okay, Madam Clerk. You don't have it? Here you go.
They're printing out, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. They don't need some more.
Okay.
Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read the caption?
Yes, ma'am. This item is an add-on. I'm going to provide some context for it. It jurisdictionally should go under the EOC committee, but because we don't have that on our agenda, we're going to make a motion to suspend the rules so that it can appear under general government. And then at some point, we will make, once action is taken on, we'll make a motion to refer it to, when it appears on the next committee agenda for second reading, to refer it to appear on the EOC committee. Additionally, we will be suspending multiple rules because we'll also be suspending the rule because it did not complete a legal finance review and it is missing a summary sheet and caption. So we're going to have a collective suspension of the rules once this item is properly before us.
Did you move it?
So move.
Okay.
No, moving it too, so we can get it heard.
Okay, let me. Item 6 is an add-on item. Item 6 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance amending Shelby County Government's locally owned small business LOSB ordinance section 2-224 in order to apply 25% LOSB goals based upon market availability and increase the sheltered market threshold to, is it above 50,000? Is that above or below? I don't know my fractions. Okay, to below $50,000 in the county's procurement process, sponsored by Commissioner Shante K. Avant.
We already have one? Okay. Mr. Wilburn. Yeah. Evan already had it, ma'am. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by myself.
Point of information. Point of information. So now can we go down the series of suspending the rules, or do we need to wait till after the speaker speaks?
I think we should, you can, where'd you make mics on? Procedurally, if the body wants to hear a little bit more about the item before they decide to suspend the rules, but it's not really even properly before you to speak on it. So let's go ahead and make the motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to.
It's been motioned, properly second, to suspend the rules. Can we do that without objection? So move. Mr. Wilburn.
Shep Wilburn, EOC Administrator. What we are bringing before you today is a resolution revising and amending the ordinance for Shelby County LOSB program and ordinance, Section 222-224 of Shelby County Code of Ordinances. I want to say that this has come about for a number of reasons. There has been a lot of talk about revising the income limits for the LOSB program. And we have finally gotten to the point to where we have had some data collected by Griffin and Strong. We have a summary from them of what would basically give us the right limits to have for certain categories. And of course, the final decision as to what you want those limits to be will be up to you. This is a document that is a work in process. We started with this and we're before you today for first reading. There are some other issues that legal will be addressing as we present and talk about that. There's some issues that purchasing wants to address, and there are some other issues that EOC wants to address. But the idea is to get something before you that begins to address how many small businesses we have, at what income levels, who could do what work, and how. And to determine from that if the existing ordinance that you have needs to be amended in terms of income limits, in terms of the goals for LOSB vendors, and in terms of the bid preferences that would be extended as a part of that. All of which would be something that we should be looking at, given that we have not raised the limits on the LOSB income limits since 2007. With that in mind, I'd just like to say that we will be moving forward between this and the second reading to try to get a finalized document, obviously, that you can then make a decision as to. And there will be discussions and further collaboration with all of the necessary departments and participants. But this is a beginning to address something, and I will say there is some urgency in it for two reasons. One, we have been giving vendors a one-year extension on LOSBs where their income limitations have exceeded the limits that are presently in the ordinance based upon the fact that we have said we are in the process of considering this, and this has gone on for a while. So that we do need to, at some point, conclude the consideration and either take some action to amend or not to amend and to move forward with.
Cherry Van.
Thank you, Chair. And I do want to just point out, this has been a request of this body for us to make these changes, considerations, in light of other changes that happened at the state level. We no longer have an MWBE program. We have discussed in great detail about the need of expanding our local small business program. And as Administrator Wilburn has indicated, as a part of the EEOC, we have before us many times the small businesses who've exceeded what have been these shelter markets and their businesses, and we are extending these one-year provisional approvals. And so I think since this has not been addressed in a number of years, because we had another program that helped us address what some of these things did, this allows this body, which has been very vocal about increasing small businesses in Shelby County, an opportunity to really create some legislation that values that from the businesses that we want to do business with Shelby County and how that could be increased. As Administrator Wilburn mentioned, there's several steps. He and Director of Purchasing have met several times. We have facilitated and contracted with Griffin Strong, who has done work with the county over a number of years, and they provided data for us to have what we need in order to start providing a framework for amending, for a resolution to amend the ordinance. So I know there will be a lot more discussion that happens between now and the second reading. I know that legal, because of the timing of us being able to get some of that information to legal, they have not had time to fully vet. I'm hopeful that will happen by Monday. And the summary sheet is attached. I know that we talked about suspension of the rules in order for us to do, because of not having a summary sheet and legal's approval, there is not a financial impact to this, but we also just wanted to make sure that this was able to get before the body. It was my commitment to do this prior to commissioners who would be leaving, having an opportunity to have kind of their stamp of approval on something that has been an ongoing part of our discussions every time a contract comes before Shelby County. And so, thank you.
Commissioner Shelby.
Thank you, Chair. And so I will make a motion to a couple of edits. Where it says, as a symbol, rather, less than symbol, I will make a motion to put the words less than, so there's no ambiguity. And then also to be consistent with other resolutions to get rid of the cents, so it should just be 50,000. I'll make that motion.
Okay, I want to be clear. So you want to remove
Replace the symbol with the
symbol
words.
with the word?
Yes. So there's no ambiguity.
Okay.
And then also to
ambiguity.
Yes.
Okay.
And so also to get rid of the cent sign, to be consistent with all of our other resolutions, we don't have cents, we just have dollars. So again, to be consistent, those are the couple of edits.
Okay.
So moved. Do I get a second?
I'll second it, but I don't see any ambiguity in it. I mean, I see that.
For the public, because there was a question that came up, and so again, just to be
Because
consistent.
everybody that know less than and greater than.
Symbols, correct.
Oh, okay,
The
symbols.
public, yes.
Okay.
Fourth grade level.
I got you.
Thank
I
you.
got you now. Okay. I'll second it. Oh, Mr. Gloucester.
Commissioner Sugarman,
sorry.
do you mind if we, instead of doing that as a, as a formal amendment, we just do that as a scrivener's error and just make the changes
Thank you.
on our end? Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay.
And then also, I didn't make my other motion. And I was making a motion to move this without recommendation because we haven't had time to read it. And that way we can read it, and also has not been reviewed by the attorney's office. Can I get a second?
So your motion is to send it down without recommendation?
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second and so moved.
Second.
Mr. Gloucester?
James Gloucester, Administrative Person. Good afternoon, Commissioners. With all due respect to everyone, Chairwoman, the MWBE program was managed by the EOC. The LOSB program is managed by purchasing, and we are responsible for this particular program. This document, which is stated as a draft, we are nowhere near coming to a conclusion on this. The purchasing department is not aligned with anything that's in here right now, at all. We don't have the data to justify any changes right now. Now, I'm not opposed to making any changes, but we need to do it right. Looking at the data, let the data speak and not just making decisions. And most of the data, honestly, that we currently have is historical old data. We don't have any new data, new studies to make these decisions. And like I say, I'm willing to come to the table and let's talk about making some changes. It's been since 2007, but let's not just make changes just to make changes without data to support that.
Okay, I'm going to have to back up and do something administratively. So, Madam Parliamentarian, what was the position? Can we do this without objection? Is that what you requested that I say?
Well, I just asked that you, like, sometimes one person says they're moving their second, and we don't have it clearly stated on the record.
Okay.
And so we always ask the committee chair to restate the mover and the seconder, and then whether it's done without objection.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So you want me to restate it? It was moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. What was the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so. It's a lot going on. It's a lot of different energies here that are difficult to deal with. Can we send this down without recommendations? Properly moved and second, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by myself. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Thank you. Now, Mr. Gloucester, I apologize. I'm not certain what data is missing. I mean, I haven't read this, so, I probably need to just back up. But, yeah, let me just hold the question until I've read it. Okay. Chair Event.
I look forward to people having an opportunity to read the information. I'm not sure Mr. Gloucester's comment about not having the data, which I thought Griffin and Strong provided to us. I'm confused by that statement. Again, I think sometimes this is where we get territorial. This is not about one department or the other. This is about overall making sure that we have something that meets the needs of Shelby County. So I look forward to having those continued discussions, but be very happy to have a continued discussion with Mr. Gloucester and Administrator Wilburn after this meeting so that we have a clearer understanding of how we work together to make sure that something that's in the best interest of the county, not precipitous to who owns it, but just how it is administered. Thank you.
See no other members in the queue. Let's take this item to a vote.
We did it.
Oh, that's right, we sent it down without, thank you. This item will be sent down without recommendation as previously stated. And that will conclude general government. Madam Parliamentarian, will now convene Core City Neighborhoods and Housing, Committee number 11. Madam Parliamentarian.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution correcting the resolution approving the sale of 99 delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $1,860,840 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deeds adopted October 26, 2020 in Item 19 by approving the sale of one delinquent tax parcel acquired by Shelby County from Shelby County Tax Sale 1601 to identified purchaser, correcting the sale price from $700 to the contract price of $600 and changing the collective total price to $1,860,740 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute a quitclaim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Ms. Sykes-Wood?
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This is just a correction resolution, as read in the caption, fixing the misstate price in the resolution, changing it from 700 to 600, so we can go ahead and get this closed out.
Thank you so much. Seeing no members in the queue, we'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk. Okay. Every member voted? All two? No reflection on you, Ms. Sykes-Wood, at all.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
And that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2, Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the sale of 75 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $33,769.75 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute claim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. That item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Our total back taxes were $883,955.13. With the sales price, we collected negative $550,185.38. But we did collect, sell for over asking price of by $726. We had 12 buyers that came from out of town, and they are purchasing 35 properties. And then 65 of the properties were sold for less than back taxes owed.
All right. Seeing no members in the queue, let's move to the vote. Madam Clerk? And we get a tally. Every member cast your vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And we'll move to item number 3. Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 3 is an ordinance, first reading, joint ordinance of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners and Memphis City Council to amend ordinance numbers 581 County and 55946 City to repeal and replace the existing Building Home Program Implementation Plan and to establish a Building Home Program application fee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. That item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by myself, and we have a presenter. If you'll say your name and give us a zip code, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development, 38112. These are really just a couple of quick corrections to the existing implementation plan. There have been no substantial changes to program administration or otherwise. So with I can walk through the Exhibit A if that's preferable, or answer any direct questions. How would you like me to proceed, Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. If you'll just sort of give us a general summary and then just mention the changes, okay?
Certainly. Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development. So the first page, we were correcting in Section 1, just the URL that went to develop901.com. So that was just making a housekeeping change. On the second page, this is where we're transferring property. We would not be doing it through warranty deed, and we are instead doing it by quitclaim deed. And these are all changes that have been done in coordination with the county attorney's office, so I wanted say thank you to the support that we received on that side to help with these. In Section 4, again, just changing warranty deed to quitclaim deed and adding the number 5 between 5 years, just another housekeeping item. The other element, in order to make sure that we are stating that we can waive back taxes in line with the existing statute on Section number 5, we are adding the Shelby County Board of Commissioners may waive any and all back taxes, liens, and fees on subject properties consistent with TCA 766-108. So that's the final change. And so those are the only changes made, and as well as establishing a fee that we wouldn't necessarily implement right away, but we wanted to make sure that we have the authority, should this program grow in a way that we need to, pay for software licenses or other types of administrative type items with this program.
All right. Can you speak about the fee? What are we using the fee for?
We will not begin collecting this fee, but it would be used for general office tasks, things like software licenses. It wouldn't go towards any staffing. We're absorbing that with our Division of Planning Development existing staff.
Okay,
So
I just want you to
things.
get some practice in saying that, because you'll hear it again.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. Thank you for the, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the cleanup. But I'm just curious, and, it says to repeal and replace. I was just curious, why did you use that as opposed to maybe amend? Because to me, it sounds like you're just changing the whole program. I'm just curious why you use those words.
Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning Development. That was an edit on the County Attorney's Office, so I will defer to them in terms of language. That was an addition to the caption. So I am not aware of why the word amend versus repeal and... It does say amend ordinance.
And I just want to say to the Attorney's Office through the Chair that this is not really a repeal and replace. It's basically edits, and it's no substantial change. Is that correct?
That's correct. Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development.
So-
These are minor edits, but it does, I suppose, replace that
And my
existing
concern, that
document.
might be
so-
red flags to the City Council as well. And so we have to also, since it's joint, to make it as friendly as possible. And so if the attorney could address why they use those words as opposed to amend.
Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development. I can work on the side with them as well, and we can
Well,
determine.
they're sitting right there. Did you all hear? Okay. Is someone going to answer?
Jordan Galtelli, County Attorney's Office. We're working with trying to reach the attorney who worked on this to let you know. If you give us
Okay.
just one moment, we
Well,
will
let's
answer.
do this. Commissioner Sugarman, do you want to just get this on Monday? Because, we could be waiting for a while.
Okay, so let's move this down without recommendation.
Okay.
Second?
Oh, second.
Thank you.
It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by myself, to move it down without recommendation. Can we do that without objection? So move. And Dana, there's no, please, no reflection on you, reflection on the attorney's office, county attorney. Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, we stand adjourned.